So repeat after me. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have three people that we wish to address before this time. Tammy, Nicole.
We've done this at the last meeting, but I had to get home before first, so I did. There have been a lot of times in meetings over the past couple of months where the employees of the district have been pretty badly slammed for taking a vehicle home or for, getting a raise or things like that. And I just wanted to point out that if someone is on call, it makes perfectly good sense for them to take the vehicle home and have everything ready if they need to be called to an emergency water line break or whatever may come up. I think it makes perfectly good sense. As for raises, the employees that are here now are it's such a small number compared to a few years ago when we had a lot of employees. And each person here, as far as I know, each person has taken on the responsibilities of others who have left and they're actually doing 2 or 3 jobs, as opposed to what they were doing before all those people left. So I not only don't mind them getting a raise, I'm all for it. As for the general manager, there have been a lot of complaints and accusations there too. But I've been attending meetings for quite a few years since the beginning of the last drought. And I can remember any number of occasions when he has brought forth proposals for rate increases that were badly needed. And the board, out of concern for the people in the district trying to recover from that recession that we had back around 2008 or 10, decided to wait. In fact, a few meetings ago, Irwin practically jumped up and down and took responsibility for not implementing those rate increases that seemed to have no effect. I can remember at the time he would propose those things, there might be 1 or 2 people in the audience that would object to it because things were tight. Everybody was having a hard time, all of us. And I have to take some of the responsibility too, because I didn't speak up and say, I think we should do it, that we should get a rate increase going now instead of having to have a big lump later on. So that's my responsibility for it. So it bothers me that all of the blame has been laid on one person when it was the board that made the decisions. So, I guess that's it.
Thank you, Tammy. Boo. Oh, man. Crap. Next person, say that one, just there. Who was the next person? Becky.
Becky?
Hi.
I really just wanted to bring up, in the water amounts that we've been allocated during this drought, I'm sure you're probably aware and may even have them yourselves, but we have a swamp cooler, and it relies on water to keep us cool, or as cool as it possibly can. And I just, if a person is cutting back on their water use and doing all the things that they can, but they're still going over, is there a consideration of some kind? If, our swamp cooler is old and we can't replace that and have air conditioning, and I just, hope that the board considers those types of things when they take into, because your letter says, the one that I got in mine, and probably other people got in theirs, says that water reducers could be implemented or the water could be cut off, which seems, homes are condemned without water. So, I feel like, kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, because even with my swamp cooler that's very old, it's 85 degrees in my house. And so it runs 24/7 because it doesn't do the job even well enough when it's on. So I just wanted to bring that up and ask the board to consider those types of things.
Thank you. And the next person, Mark. Mark.
Evening, board. This letter is from my mom, Gloria Juarez. She lives on the corner of Oak and Palm right now. She actually walked around the state capitol before this community service was formed.
Excuse me, there's people speaking. I appreciate it if you would listen and be polite. Thank you.
So as a little kid, I was here while they were putting the pipes in for this community service district. She has two concerns. One, she supports the rate increase. She knows that things go up, and she supports a rate increase for all customers based on usage. She does not agree with the increased charge on the meter size. We have an ag meter, and just the charge will just make harvesting olives not good. I mean, we'll go out of business, actually. So that's our concerns. I did some investigation on what water we got before there was a community service district. And if you look back, I did some numbers, and there's 300 acres of olive trees, roughly, before there was a district pipe that went down the road from Whiskey County. The actual property, farming property by McConnell is 274 acres that they have, that they got the water rights to when they got rid of Seltzer Dam, 274 acres. So there was more olive trees here before McConnell blew up the dam and got their water. Their water is not subject to drought restrictions. They can sell it, make as much money as they want on it. I brought it up at the last board meeting. We should put a vote of no confidence on this contract with the Bureau and say, hey, it's not right. We should be getting more water with no restrictions, just like McConnell did. We have the same site. You can go up to Clear Creek, the towers up there where our water tank is. The same pipe that came down the ditch to feed Happy Valley is a 5-foot pipe. You go over to Seltzer Dam and look at the pipe that leaves Seltzer Dam, it's a 5-foot pipe. With no restrictions, McConnell's making money hand over fist. And that's not right. They don't even do farming. They don't do anything. They're philanthropists. I mean, that's great. Help us out then, okay, if you're a philanthropist. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chairman, if I may, I'd like to make a comment here. Becky, who spoke about the swamp coolers, we've got a lot of people that use swamp coolers in the district. I'm one of them. I only use swamp coolers. And I was worried about that also, that would feed into our water allocation. Well, it so happens that I checked, and my swamp cooler's been running 24 hours just like yours. Last month I used 15 units, including the swamp cooler. So take that into consideration. I think we can get by this year okay, even with swamp coolers. We're all gonna have to conserve a bit, which I'm doing, but I'm still using the swamp cooler, and I'm still not going over the 29.
Okay, we will
I got a couple questions for you guys. unit, water per family average. How'd you come to that, come to that point? How'd you do that?
name, sir?
We came up with that,
Excuse me. Your name, please.
Neil Fairburn.
Neil.
I've been down here 35 years.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, that's gonna come up under BEP,
Yeah,
the
it is.
agenda.
We remember talking about
You
that.
wanna bring that up
Another
there?
question too, now, you buy water from the city of Redmond?
We are buying it.
You're buying 500 acre feet, right?
Yeah.
You're getting 100 acre feet per month, correct?
We've already kind of used it.
And that's about 4 million gallons, correct?
Do the math.
And what are the pumps putting out?
We're gonna talk about how, our
Well, we
water
talked about a
budget
whole lot
in
of
the next,
stuff here, but
yeah.
all I'm seeing is the
We're
rate
gonna talk about the
increases
water
there.
budget,
Yeah.
on the agenda, if you don't mind us going to that.
That's my big problem here. I mean, I keep seeing all this water coming in, all the rates going up, and what's going on here. So why, and where's all the money going? That's what I want to know.
We don't have.
Item B, we're gonna talk about is water budget and how we get through the year.
Yeah, I'd like to know how to come up with.
A, we're gonna talk about the money first.
Yeah,
We're gonna talk about B as well.
where all the money's going to.
Appreciate that.
Senator, you have a list of people who want to speak on this list. We call those out.
Well, that's just the sign-in sheet. They're supposed to talk to me if they want to speak.
Sorry.
That's okay.
You want to speak?
I think-
Use 2 minutes.
I think a really good plan for this meeting, because we need to brainstorm a lot of ideas, we need to kick around a lot of potential strategies. The key items, in our opinion, as a board, are A, B, and C. And under those, we'll all have a chance to talk about those really critical issues. If we don't cover those items under those agenda items, we do have a public comment period at the end. So note that, if you feel like you haven't been heard or didn't talk about the items that really are moving you, this doesn't move you enough, then you're welcome to come up at the end of the meeting.
That's not on the agenda, so is that before the closed session?
That is generally, we have, as a matter of practice, just done it at the end of the meeting, and it didn't appear to be on this agenda.
It doesn't appear to be on the agenda, but we'll make it on the agenda.
Yeah, just so we can, so we can get on with this important stuff. I'd like to focus on these items myself.
Okay, we're on the fiscal plan to fund the districts through 2020.
Speak a little louder for the rest of us, please.
Could you hold it down, folks? Thank you. Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a statement here, if you don't mind. I know I do statements a lot, but I want to make a statement here. I want everybody to know that approximately 2 months ago, maybe a little more, we used to have a bookkeeper for this district. That bookkeeper resigned to go to work for her husband's business. When she resigned, we had no bookkeeper. We did have an office manager, and I said did have, an office manager who picked up the slack along with our secretary here, who picked up the slack and tried to learn the system to know how to find out where we are financially in this district. It's a monumental task for people who don't have those kinds of educational or those abilities. As it turns out, our general manager, he retired. His last day is tomorrow. And this week we found out that Kerry Brown, the office manager who was picking up the slack and doing the payroll and doing the other bookkeeping that needed to be done, she is leaving as of Friday morning. We're down 3 people. There is no one in that office. Go ahead and clap if you want, but let me tell you right now, there's nobody in that office that knows how to do bookkeeping.
Hire somebody.
So, what I'd like to know is, I have no idea where we are financially. I have none. You know, and so, what we have to do, in my estimation, and I'm throwing this out there, I think immediately, we need to find somebody that knows how to do financial papers and financial things and bring them into this office. Hire them, I don't care, it has to be done, because right now, nobody knows what's going on. Now we can get into things.
Can I address that?
Not-
Can I say something regarding that?
Well,
So we have a little floor.
Before you do, let's get
discussion
into
here.
the
So I
subject.
can hire a bookkeeping outfit to come up and do it.
That's what we're gonna talk about. That's a great idea, but up until now, nobody has done that. We've had two new members, we have two new members of the board, and we have one member that we are going to choose next month. We've had two people resign from the board in the last 2 months or 3 months, and it's been an upheaval. We need to get back on track, folks. We need to find somebody that knows how to do bookkeeping. We need to know what our financial situation is, and I don't think we do. But there it is, and we're gonna talk about that right now.
Yeah. And so, one of the concerns I had when because we've gone through the city of Reading water quite rapidly, almost all of it, but I don't know, 50 acre feet now. At a very expensive price, $461, 461 and some change, per acre foot. And so, the idea that district customers are throttling back and understanding the critical condition that the district's in, both financially and just being able to source water, period, in this drought year. Because you can, even if we were flush with cash, you may approach the Bureau or other water purveyors and go, do you have water? And they would say no. So, but we have the double whammy, we don't have money, and we're running out of water. You need to share with your neighbors that the issue of conserving water, it's gonna be life or death for this district in terms of not going bankrupt and or losing its contract with the Bureau. And if I didn't stress it enough at the last meeting, share this with your your neighbors. Tell them all, if we lose the contract from the Bureau, we will not get another one. They are not issuing. So, super critical. So, when you're thinking about sharing with with your different neighbors, understand how important that surface water is, the value of your property. If you see people squandering water, they are degrading the value of your property to the extent that you won't be able to sell your property. So, that's why I wanted to make sure before we contemplate buying more water, which we have to, because we can't leave the Bureau without its surface water. So we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. We have to go buy more water. And so my question was, how do we buy more water and not go bankrupt in the first place, not pay for our WINAC contract and lose our contract the other way? So it's this really ugly catch-22 that we're in right now. And the first question I had for Bill, and he's new to the position of, he's normally just the treatment plant operator, but he's trying to help us out with financials, etc. The idea that we've just left the books in this condition since the bookkeeper left is inexcusable. True. Totally get that. But the question is, what can we afford? Can we afford 100 acre feet more? Can we afford 700 acre feet more? And that was the open-ended question I had with Bill. And so that was the primary question for you all to listen in on in this public meeting. So Bill, if you don't mind, could you give us some idea how dire it is?
So, yeah, without a bookkeeper and the books being a mess, which is unbeknownst to me, we all just thought that things were just being taken care of. We thought the gal was struggling in the office, and come to find out it was way worse than that. The short answer to Cedric's question is we really can't afford anything right this second. We could potentially look into other things in the short term, like a loan, to buy water. We can, there's a possibility, we would need to do some research. There's a possibility, after talking to the employees, that we might be able to borrow some money from the employees' OPEB fund, which is
Other public employee benefits.
other public employee benefits, which is, that's a fund that's funded entirely by the employees. That is none of the district's money, but we understand, the employees understand the financial situation of the district, and let's face it, if we can help out, we kind of all said we would, but that money would need to be replaced because we would throw up all kinds of red flags with our trust fund, the retirement fund that pays the retirees, health premiums, excuse me. But that's an option too. We're gonna see some savings, without Skip, on the payroll. Without Skip on the payroll.
You do what?
We're gonna see some savings.
You're saying some savings, yes.
Because that'll be,
We're not gonna see that tonight.
No.
will it be deferred then? I mean, where's it go? He gets paid.
It's a payout. We owe,
Well, we owe him some
We owe him
money,
money.
and it will carry on for a month or so before it's zero. But we need money now.
What money do you owe Skip?
Well, his salary, number one.
we owe him obviously his paycheck, tomorrow is the end of the, pay period. So we owe him his normal salary. And
It's just what it is. We don't need to get into.
I don't know the dollar volume of his paycheck. I do know, that I have it here because I asked, what his payout's gonna be when he exits the building, and that's gonna be an immediate $18,377.34.
So, Bill, is that just annual leave? Is that something you're gonna discuss at closed session?
No. No, that just is what it is.
We'll discuss it, but
Are you asking
it's not
where the
optional
money's
whether
gonna
to
come
pay.
from, what account, or I guess I don't understand the question.
No, what I was real curious with, when you said he is getting a payout, I wanted to know what that entailed. If it's
Okay.
just annual leave or vacation time, great, fine, understand that. If it's a sick leave payout, then that's something that could certainly be deferred. That was my concern.
My understanding is something that can't be deferred because it was built into the MOU.
He should.
I have there's approximately 220 hours, it just says 220 hours, 40 hours of sick, and that's, approximately 50 CTO hours. That makes up the 18.3. And then we're gonna get an invoice, I don't know how long from PERS, because he'll be allowed to roll some of the sick time into his actual pension. I don't have the dollar volume on that. He is entitled, per the MOU, because he's one of the old employees, the tier 1, they call it, he is entitled for the next pay period to use up time and collect a paycheck. That's just something that they get to do. So overall, I don't have the exact dollar amount, but overall it's about $110,000.
We're going to get water lines, we're paying like that. There is no water line. There is no water.
There's no water line tonight, but that's what we're meeting about, is other funding options.
Okay,
So what we need to do tonight is come up with a way to finance this district for at least the next 2 months, and to be able to finance this district through the new purchase of new water for the next few months. And hopefully, that rate increase that we have put forth will finally be able to be approved, which will give us the opportunity to get back financially on foot again. It's not gonna happen overnight.
2 questions, Bill. One, you have confirmed that the employees would be willing to loan the OPB, EB cash.
We don't know how much we can actually, how big of a disbursement we can take at once. We've never,
We need that number.
yeah.
And we don't, we need an up or down on that too. It's not.
By the way, this is not new, we did this once before, about 25 years ago.
Did you pay a percentage back on top of that?
we're not talking about terms right now on that particular loan. What we're talking about is how much would be available and would it be yes or no. Scotty, we're having that conversation. So we need to know the quantity, the amount, so note that, Kristen, that's available. Terms we can work on, but we need a yay or nay on that, because that'll affect whether or not we seek out a private loan with another bank on our good credit. And I know that, you know, yeah, I was actually brainstorming, just in terms of ideas, since you all might as well hear them. Maybe there's a wealthy person in the district that would loan the district the money with terms. I thought about that off the top of my head. You're sitting on a retirement fund and you're safe, right? And this would be just as safe as that. And so your chance to earn a fixed interest rate or something along those lines. I know that, I'm not sure the ins and outs of how that would work, but I mean, it's an idea. And we could explore that if A, we had someone, and B, if we could work with people. Does he live out here?
Yeah, probably.
Excuse me.
Okay, I'll note that.
Well,
Excuse
here's
me.
the thing though, if you
Where are we
don't
gonna
mind,
buy the water
Just a
from?
minute, just a
we need
minute.
to do something tonight.
Yeah.
We don't need to put it off for another week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. We need to do something tonight. We're in a hole. We gotta get out of the hole. Let's do something.
Well,
I would make a motion that we negotiate a loan to be determined, an amount to be determined with the OPEB fund. Fund, and that money be used to finance the district in the next few months to finance the buying of the 700 acre feet of water, which is on the agenda a little later on. In other words, more water for the district, and to make up for any shortfalls in going forward in the financial condition of the district, so that we don't have to get into a situation where we are bankrupt. So that's a motion. I'll make that motion, but we gotta get started on something. We just can't sit here and just talk about it and put it off till next week or the week after. So I made a motion. That's what I said.
I don't know if you'll be able to disperse that high dollar. That's what I'm.
Get on with it.
Please.
So,
We're trying to discuss it
I think the
now.
board should explore, other options like a loan to the bank or a loan through another financial funding agency.
Yeah.
Well, I know as well, on top of the OP.
yeah. Thanks for that,
Well,
Bill.
okay, well, I can read through my motion to include looking for, I guess, what they call a bridge loan that they can get through, Pratt County's bank.
You won't qualify at this point.
That may not, but it's explorable. The idea is that we need to make a decision tonight to move forward with things, and not just to put it off till another week.
Maybe we could have public comment and then come back to your motion. I like the idea of taking some action.
Yeah, okay.
Does that sound good, Cory? Or do you have comments, ideas?
Well, I was just,
Stand right there, Scott, here.
Please,
so, we received this sheet here. It shows the activity as of June 30, shows you what you have available, what you don't have as of June 30. Of course, here we are, August. If you take away that, from the 221,000 that's available, minus the 110 for payout, and you're looking at, you can do the math, right? That's what you got left. So, your Reading water can be deferred until the end of their contract with us, which would be what, February? Is that correct?
February 28th.
If you had rates in place by September, your base rate of $35 times 2,700, your increase of $35 over your base rate the way it is right now. If you times it by your customers, you're basically, all that's gonna go to your Reading water purchase.
right? That's gonna be months of that, September, October, November, December, right? January, you might have a little extra there, February. Your nice landing, which is another thing later on, is, my understanding is due by October 31 or something like that. So we don't have that time for that one. So unless they can redo their terms and put it to the end of the water year as well, and we can secure a loan during that new rate structure, then I don't say you can afford that water. And then you're gonna incur issues with the Bureau if you don't afford that water. So, this is, I mean, I've seen shoestring budgets worse than this, but not this many people. I mean, I've never seen this. So, I think we're writing on a lot of ifs. From what I understand from Pace Engineering and others who've talked to us in the past, if you remember from one of those meetings where they talked about a bond, we wouldn't, at that point, we weren't able to qualify for a bond because of our credit score being so low. But it was mentioned that if you can show a rate structure in place that can put you on fiscal responsibility, then you could potentially qualify for some of those items. So we're like looking at September. Meanwhile, the spigots are all open, and I'm looking at the newsletter, and your penalties aren't even in place yet, so that's gonna be another month of deferred penalties. So people are gonna keep going, and if you look at the usage right there, this month, last year, versus this year, we used more this year than we did last year for the last couple of months, so that's not gonna necessarily change overnight. So that's more money we're gonna owe the Bureau, or excuse me, more water credits we're gonna owe the Bureau, if it keeps continuing. So, the way I look at it, if I look at it half full, or empty, I should say, or more than half empty, and I'm really not smiling because I'm happy. I'm just like, this is a nervous situation to be in. There are so many ifs that wait on that rate proposal to pass that if it's protested, then basically I'm gonna probably be the first one to make a motion you consolidate with another district or something, because there's really no, if that doesn't go forward, you really have no other option other than consolidation, or the state will say, do you want to be under Cal Water? So, and that's where those meter sites come in. We don't have meter sites. Cal Water will have meter sites.
So when your new district that you consolidate.
So I see several things that need to come together. Maybe our time with Reading can be deferred. Maybe we get Nice Landing to defer until the end of the water year, February, and we can get one of them knocked out. Maybe build up a little reserves. The Wind Act, we have another payment due in December, right? 200 and some thousand, which we're delinquent on our previous year's payment of 200 and some thousand. So, but they found a credit, potentially they could cover that one. So that took care of last year. So in addition to what you currently owe, you owe another 215,000 to the Bureau for the Wind Act. I don't see how that's gonna come in. We're gonna get the money for that at $1.88 per customer per month by December. I don't see that one working out. So you're gonna look at loans. That's what I'm seeing, is loans after September 1. Your next board meeting needs to be approve a loan for, and I just figure out a way to get them all in there. Maybe one for the Wind Act, because you have to have a separate one for the water purchases. And then pay that thing down in the first full normal water year we got. I don't see how else you're gonna do this unless we raise a lot of money ourselves. So, yeah. So this is a result of several things. And as I look back and I see the minutes, and some of you watched the minutes as well, dipping into reserves for so many years. I mean, at some point we're at this place. So, wish we could go back, revisit, but we can't. So moving forward, I would say we need to get through the rate proposal process. We need to go the loan route as much as we can and defer those water payments as much as we can. And we gotta conserve. I mean, think about it, people. Every time, and I understand 29 units is not much. I compared mine to last year, like, man, everything's dying, right? Everything's dying. A few things you're choosing what's gonna live, what's not gonna live. Our chickens are dying too, my kids raise those little things. And we're trying to keep them moist, but it's still not enough, So, we're kind of at the point where we have to do our part as customers too to conserve, because the more we do not conserve, the more water credits we're gonna have to purchase. And that's where I'm concerned as well.
As part of that too, we can address the issue of being essentially vulnerable to overuse by getting the correct interpretation of how that drought ordinance should be implemented, which in my opinion was, when you passed the ordinance, it was live, and then people complained and said, well, we didn't get enough notice. It hasn't been hot enough since the beginning of the year. I'm being facetious, excuse me. We sent out the pink slip, warned everybody. We had the notice for the meeting that passed it. That was all digested. And then we said that the July reading would be noted, you're over or you're not, but it would be, you wouldn't get charged, but you would receive your first violation because you obviously didn't control your usage. And then you would be live for the table in August, which at this point, and we didn't, I mean, I struggled with the fact that we're in the situation we are with the current way we're handling that. And I don't think it's acceptable, considering the condition we're in, to just victimize ourselves financially, you know, unnecessarily, when we can correct that, I don't know, interpretation of the motion, because that is not, when I moved on that ordinance, I didn't expect us to have no control over water use until September, right? With us using well over 500 acre-feet a year, a month. Just blowing through the water. Selling the water at domestic rates at a 67-cent loss per 100. It's $1.38 for $462 an acre foot. By the time you've worked in all the expenses, etc. $1.38, we're selling it for 67 cents. So we're losing money providing the water at the domestic rate. So ag at 15 cents, 17 cents, we're losing money. We're losing hundreds of thousands of dollars on that. So, in terms of what we can afford, in terms of water, I don't know that we can afford any. I think we should afford only as much as that keeps our bureau contract whole, in my opinion. And I think if we need to pass an emergency reinterpretation of our ordinance, we may need to do that as a responsible entity, protecting people's property rights in terms of our relationship with the Bureau, and staying sound and not becoming subsumed by another district that certainly will not have our interest in mind. We just need to get to September. We just need to get to September, and we control our own destiny again. If we overlook these next couple months, we are going to just lose control of the district. Period.
Who's watering? This whole valley is completely dry. You say we're using more? I don't believe it. I've been driving around and everything is bone dry.
Except for the long in the middle of the day. Yeah.
It's not make believe. It gets read at the treatment plant. It gets reported here. The Bureau keeps track of it. It's what it is. So that's what I feel about
I don't think
the
we need
situation we're in.
I don't think we need to reinterpret the motion. The motion was meant to, in your next available newsletter, which is this one, we were supposed to put in here an announcement that we have a limit. I sent a copy of an announcement that we put in here, and this is quite different. So the reinterpretation of the motion, which the main idea was to make sure everybody knew this was happening. That was the main idea. Besides enacting the ordinance with that one change, that was it. The next idea in there was to put it in a newsletter. And then when I send you a sample announcement, and we get this means it's been reinterpreted to mean it's put off until September. That's a big difference. So I want to know who reinterpreted the motion.
Well, the problem is that's what's been projected to the customers. So the customers are feeling like, wow, we're going this way and then that way. And I'm a customer, it's unbelievable. Yeah, I didn't want to raise it tonight, but because I think it's the responsible thing to do and you all can mull it over, I'm sharing that with you. But we should strongly consider some means to apply the brakes to the water use. And that means we all need to just do things that we don't want to do, which is make the drought ordinance table real to people sooner rather than later. Or we will blow through the Knight's Landing water next month too. I mean, we would just, I don't know what the psychology is behind using water recklessly right now, but that's what we're doing. And so I'm concerned about that.
Bring up two subjects here. Hold on, please. Bring up two subjects here. Hold on, please. Bring up two subjects here that are kind of fighting each other in a way. We do need to stop using water because we don't have it. And at the same time, we need to aggressively finance this district at the same time. You know, the two big items, whether you like it or not. And I don't like it either. We don't have the water, number one. We gotta cut back. Yeah, there's fire danger out there, you betcha. I don't like it either. I live on a hill, gonna come up the hill and just burn me away. What's gonna happen? Almost done it a couple of times before, you know, but that's life, folks. But we gotta cut back on the water, number one, and we gotta finance this district somehow.
I have a question for the directors. Did anybody encourage the delay of the penalties until September? Did any of you?
No, I never do that.
Penalty starts with the next reading,
It's the different reading.
for 2 weeks.
That answers that question.
Can I address the
Supposed to
money
be,
part of it?
your first penalty, your first violation should have came in July, and the issue was, well, I shouldn't take a $50 fine in July because that's too short a notice. So we agreed to waive the $50 fine, but you would get the violation, because that would set you up for to apply the brakes, because obviously, the notice, the pink slip, the notice of the ordinance meeting, etc., didn't resonate with you. So, and it would work fine. We'd be talking about a whole different set of cards right now if that's what was in play right now. You would see a different kind of water use behavior right now. I'm certain of it.
Yeah, but if you really believe that nobody is slowed down and using water.
Madam Chairman and board members, I have put out a motion, but I think the suggestion was made that we'd like to hear from some of the people in the audience about that before we move forward with anything. Can we do that now?
Sure.
Can
We
we
might be
limit,
able to get some pretty good.
are we gonna give it the whole agenda to discuss, or are we gonna limit to the item?
Yeah, let's limit it to how should we go with
Yeah.
We're talking about money right now. We wanna hear from you about,
maybe somebody.
what do you think about us getting money to get this district on its financial footing?
One more idea for you all to consider. So private loan for the wealthy out there, please consider that, ask your neighbors. 2, should the district put in the flyer out to the customers, should they put a flyer out saying, hey, this is the real price of the water that you've been consuming. Feel free to pay the full price on your own as a donation to the district, just as an idea. Instead of writing the check for, you know, whatever rate you're at, go ahead. There was a lot of talk about people are gonna come in and buy acre feet and all that stuff. I quite frankly think that's a great way to do it, you know, then, you know, cooperatively kind of at least take the news a little bit less tight around the neck. But that's all.
So the motion is to get a loan, whether it's OPEB or whatever we need to do.
Yes, and to move forward with negotiating with the OBEB fund, which is the employee fund, to get a loan for whatever amount, and that's the key, because we don't know the amount that it's going to take us to get from right now today until when we start collecting from the rate increase.
October 1.
October 1. We don't know. We just don't know how much we But I'm making a motion that we go to the OPEB to negotiate with them and find it, in the meantime, find out what it is in terms of money that we're going to be needing to to finance this district and then to talk to them about, financing it over a period of time through negotiation to get us through this financial period. That was my motion. And Cedric had indicated, or maybe it was Marty that indicated that perhaps we ought to be looking at the bridge loan as well by going to the bank. We might as well do that, you know, we got a telephone, we can call the bank and, talk to them, but I have a feeling, as Marty mentioned, that if we don't have anything to back it up, they're not gonna give us much of a loan, are they? But that's my motion, and then we said, we'd like to hear from you.
I like that motion, and I would second it with the following amendment.
Okay?
To also pursue, so a hand on that, and entertain a private loan from a district customer that would be willing to enter into agreement with the district. And you might as well say, and the district should send out a flyer requesting customers and indicate the real cost of the water right now. Indicate that number and see if they would donate.
Why don't you just keep it simple? District's going, she's gotta keep this whole thing over there.
Thank you.
The motion should be something like, that the district will pursue all financial options to get itself out of the
And
situation.
negotiate with whomever it is, to get a
OPEB,
loan.
whatever,
Once,
listed all there. Something like
I
that.
would accept that as a motion.
Can Kristen read us back the motion, so we know that she's got it good?
The district will explore all options.
Which includes OPEB, bank, private lenders, you can put that down if you want.
Hold on, let her go. Then shorthand.
Otherwise, watch their written like.
We haven't voted on that yet. All there is a motion, and I assume a second. Do we want to hear from the folks?
Have they got any ideas besides what's presented here, how we could
Sure, let's bring
to get more,
Get more.
to
Okay,
get more
have
money?
you pursued the McConnell Foundation either or water or loan?
Water, none, they have none.
No, water or loan?
A loan from a town.
Water or loan?
I don't think they do loans, they do grants.
Let's get a grant.
Ask them.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Go to the Bureau for a grant too.
Ask for a grant.
Okay. Anybody else?
Cedric? I'm sorry.
That agency, painting with the same brush, man.
I know, that's terrible.
Could you stand up so that everybody can hear you?
Not a problem. A while back, the community committee came to you guys with a possibility of water through the city of Reading. Ended up getting 500 acre feet. I understand, whoever's used it we've blown through it all but maybe 50 acre feet. Okay, that's water past the bridge. You're proposing potentially purchasing another 700 acre feet from Knights Landing Investment Group.
Right.
Okay, I applaud whoever looked into it because it's $100 cheaper per acre foot than the Reading City.
It really isn't.
Oh, well, that's what the paperwork said.
Well,
When you looked into it, it turned out to be a lot the same.
There's
Not
an
the same.
explanation of fees in the board packet.
Yeah, I know, I read through it, and I did the math, and it came out to $362.84. But with the $275 add-on for their
Well,
profit,
nevertheless, whatever
64
it is.
plus, anyway.
That's item C.
That's item C.
We know that there are some users that are gonna continue using. Why not come out with the option for ag users or someone else who wants to purchase one of those acre feet from Knights Landing? It's something we proposed with the city of Reading Water, but it was gone before the board could act on it. What's the possibility of ag customers coming in and giving you the cash up front? Here's my check for 400 or whatever it is. I know there's people out here who are willing to pay that up front. It's not that difficult to track. We've got about 256 ag users right now, and I know there's others who would like to be ag users who may be able to afford to buy that 1 acre foot. They'll get 435 additional units. They can divide it up how they wish. Tracking even 100 people won't take up much time.
What about paying for the water you already used at $1.38?
we'll deal with that.
Now
But
we raise a
now
lot
we're
of money
dealing,
to pay for more water.
let me finish, Edward. We're dealing with users who want to go beyond their allotment, correct? Give them an option so that it doesn't continue to dig into the water that is available.
It's a good idea.
That's a suggestion. I think you'll find a number of people, you could probably buy 100 or 200 acre feet that way, and it might alleviate some of the future pain.
All it would take was a phone call to the bureau to find out whether it can be done.
Well, the district purchases it, and we come in and we write our checks out. Then you can pay for the water right then. You don't have to worry about October 30th or anything.
You guys didn't read the legal counsel on that?
Legal counsel and the bureau.
Did you read the?
There's somebody up there, yes.
I got a simple solution, I think, on the money side, so that's where my mind is.
Excuse me,
Please.
please, listen to what we're talking about. If you've
A
got
simple-
something to share, get up and share
A simple
Thank you.
solution.
Go ahead again.
You have 3 outfits here that I can mention offhand, and there's more. And I've seen it done, but I've never done it. It's called grant writing, okay?
it.
We don't need the grant writing right now, we need personal communication. Somebody strong on the board needs to get in touch. Wind River, Sierra Pacific, I know that's your department, McConnell Foundation, they have grants, and they do give grants. And we have people in this community that work for those outfits that can carry a little bit of the load. There are other places you guys could go, if you get out and go out and do it. Just like I went out and I talked to Lamalpa's office, I went to, Dolly's office, I got a lot of information that I know. I haven't heard it brought up here, but anyway, it's neither here nor there. The problem is just doing the same thing over and over. Somebody, to get money right now, go get a grant, and it's out there. And not only that, if you go on Friends of Happy Valley, I saw somebody that's in our car club, but Joanne Blomquist had on there a list, I can't remember what it was, public utilities or Bureau of Reclamation, counties that are hurting for water.
Doing what?
Counties that are hurting, or water districts that are hurting for, our name wasn't on there. There was 50, 60 others, our name wasn't on there. I don't know why. But there, it was the Bureau of Reclamation is, and they're trying to do something to help those communities. Okay, we're not on that list, but it's on Friends of Happy Valley, I saw it. So anyway, those are some of my suggestions. As far as going back to the bookkeeping, I said something earlier, hire a stupid bookkeeping outfit, boom down there, they do some of my work. I have other places, but just hire them for a month. Now, the other thing, you're short of help, especially on the board. We need help up there, bad. We need replacement up there, okay? I'm not opposed, there's some people in here that I've seen that I'm very impressed with. I don't wanna do it, I don't have time, I have other businesses I'm involved with. But we need to put some people on there that can get stuff done. And there's 2, 3 ladies in here that's got a wealth of information that have helped me out a lot. And I would like to see some changes made and done right away. We can't keep doing the same thing over and over, especially for shorthand. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, just so you know, that at the August meeting, which is on August 18th, this board will be choosing another board member. So we'll have a 5-member board at that time.
Excuse me, can an
Could you
individual
give
buy
us
an
your
acre foot of
name?
water?
Could you please give us your name?
Neil Fairburn. Can an individual buy an acre foot of water?
Okay, what?
Can an individual buy an acre foot of water?
We don't know that.
Currently, no.
No, yes, no?
Currently, no, but it's been kicked around a bit. The lawyer, I can't remember what the lawyer,
Advised against it.
yeah.
You know why?
Well, the water comes from the Bureau of Reclamation, and they would have to make that determination whether they can sell to an individual or to a district.
Is it possible that individuals could come to the district or the board and say, I'd like to purchase 1 or 2, here's my money, then the district goes and buys it, and the district simply credits the customer with that many units.
Well, we're talking about buying 700 acre feet here.
I think that's,
You as an individual cannot approach a water contractor and buy your own water, to my knowledge. So it would have to be through the district. That's the only way that can be done, if that answers your question.
Yeah, somebody else.
Yes. The lady. Oh, I can't see. It's okay, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm looking at your, my name's John Barry, I'm looking at your resolution, and I'm confused because you're putting the cart before the horse. How are you gonna go borrow money when you don't know how much you need? I never heard how much the Employees Association or the retirement has. So you gotta know what you need first before you even make a motion to go borrow it.
Well, that's part of the motion.
that's the action.
That was the act.
I didn't see anything about a resolution first about going and getting a bookkeeper so you know what your cash flow is. I see that's part of the agenda, but I never heard what the cash flow is.
With the what?
Your cash flow.
You're right.
How much money you need?
It's one of the last items on the agenda.
It's part of our motion, sir, to get to the, our motion was to get to the bottom of that, so we know what that number was with respect to how large a loan we need to take, how much would be supplied.
Okay, maybe I didn't hear that. I thought I heard the meat. I thought, you know, to go borrow, to see what you can get from all these different things. I never heard anything about knowing how much you really need.
And my guess is that we're not gonna have as much money as we're used to having relative to buying water. And the idea that we're gonna be able to afford 700 more acre feet, I think is not likely to be a possibility.
I think that
But
would
maybe.
make the motion better to have an accountant firm added or a bookkeeper, because that's what I'm hearing. If there's no one doing books and you don't know how much money, seeking out.
That's just general district business,
If it had been
the
happening,
standing
then I
or
would
act-
agree, Cedric, but it hasn't been happening, so I'd love it added to that motion. To contract a bookkeeping service for the
Put your
next 2 months.
application in for being a board member. And then
No, thank
that.
you. Cedric, that isn't even what I'm saying, I was just adding
Let me
public
ask you,
comment.
are you saying that, we should go hire a bookkeeper to go through the books to find out how much we actually need?
And have. Yes. And it was said over there and there.
That's what I've been pushing for months.
I do believe you need a motion for it, because otherwise it's not gonna
Right now,
happen.
we wanna move forward with seeking a loan. But, okay, anybody else?
I don't mean to be rude. My name is Paula Taylor. I just moved to Happy Valley. I want you guys to know. Before I purchased this house in June, I sent an email to your water district and said, hey, I've heard some gossip about water shortages and this and that. And I wanted to check in with you guys and do my due diligence and see what's up with your water district and whether there's gonna be enough water. The response back from the water district to me was, yes, we're in a drought, but it's no big deal. It's not affecting anyone, and don't listen to gossip.
Oh.
That was my response. So, with that being said, you can imagine to my horror, surprise, how pissed I am that I'm standing here. I intended to retire here. This was gonna be my forever home and all was gonna be well. But here I am, I get my first water bill and with a notice saying I've gone over my allotted amount and we're gonna fine you or put a restrictor on or turn your water off. And I didn't even know we were in a water allotment situation.
Oh, we are.
Well, thank you.
Welcome to the community.
Now I am gonna tell you this. With that notice, I panicked. I didn't shower for a week. I'm not kidding you. I did buy this house. It does have some other issues, but clearly it does have some plumbing issues. And I am working on solving those. I am not a plumber. I am not a detector. I do have huge issues. I have shut off valves, I've done what I can. I can't get appointments with plumbers. I can't get an appointment with a leak detector guy for weeks. So I don't even know what to do in this situation. I don't know how to fix it myself. I can't get appointments, but you guys want to find me. I have 2 days in a row, I shut the water off to my house all day long, just so no water would run. I drank bottled water. I am not doing laundry. I am just panicking. But the fact is, I have to live. We have to live. So, what I am listening to, I want you guys also to know, this is not the first board meeting I've ever been to, is a horse show. We don't have a bookkeeper, we don't have this, we don't have that, we owe this much money, we don't have any water, let's get a loan, let's use the retirement of our employees. This is incredible to me. I want to say, but really, actually, what made me pipe up is I am hearing great ideas. Go to the Common Foundation. They do give grants. I don't care if it takes too long. We owe a lot of money. Apply for these things, but what I'm not hearing is, I'm hearing you guys, the board up there, pass the buck to us. Yeah. Who up there is going to go to the McConnell Foundation? I want to know who is going to apply for those grants from those different places, foundations this man mentioned. I want to know who is going to follow through with anything that's being said in this meeting. Because what I'm seeing is you guys pass the buck right on back to us. You're board members. It's your job, not on ours. We will work harder at conserving water. We will. And I'm telling you, I am. I'm watching that water meter every hour. I'm documenting every time that thing turns. I have spent a whole week documenting. I'm turning, like I said, I shut the water off for 2 whole days. Because I was
We
worried.
understand.
But
We understand what you're saying.
You guys need to quit pushing the buck to us.
Okay.
We want to know who is going to be in charge of opening up grants.
We got your message. Can we move on and get some other people?
See, you pass the buck again. You don't want to answer my question. Who is in charge? Who is going to do these things?
Please.
I could offer an answer just to
give
you some context with respect to the relationship between the board and customers. So the condition we're in didn't occur overnight. It was due to a poor management for a number of years, decades, at least one. And so here we are. And so when we're groping for solutions, we need certainty in some of those solutions. And while these ideas are fabulous, we need certainty that we're going to get those. Our timeline, for example, to secure water would be 5 or 6 days. This water's not going to sit on the table very long. We may or may not be successful going to, I can call McConnell next week. But remember, this is a business. It's a business-to-business relationship. And the phone call is fine. We can make the phone call. The likelihood that we're going to get a $250,000 grant from McConnell is slim to none. So, and those are great ideas, and you should share those. But the fact that the work that needs to be done by the district is going to be individual customers saving water and paying more for their water so that the district is whole financially. So while I said with my tongue in my cheek about when you receive your water bill, I do believe the district should include in that the rate schedule that's real, and people who seems to be very willing to open their checkbook and write checks. You can look at that. I use 70 HCF this month. Then you multiply by $1.38 and send in the check. You know what I mean? That's the individual sorts of support that's gonna happen. Because, ma'am, this district is our district. You elect the board. The board is supposed to reflect the voice of the people. right? I know, and it's been out of whack for a number of years, and that's why we're here. A lot of disengagement.
Yeah.
But let's move on to the
Sure.
agenda. We can't just, we can have a side conversation after the fact, but right now we need to move on to other things.
Yeah,
Thank
there's
you.
other people that wanna talk.
And can I make a comment, Madam Chair? So to also get the relationship here, the board basically directs management. There's a different relationship. Management typically pursues the grants and the loans and those types of things, legal documents and all of that. We have a hand in approving and providing direction and ordinance and all of that, but really, management is supposed to make those contacts. They're gonna ask your management, what is your rate structure like? Okay, and $20 and, look at your current one, right, 55 or whatever it's supposed to be. Well, it's supposed to be 55, but, that rate disqualifies you for state grants at this point. It's too low. So McConnell would sell you the water at a big price, all of that, right? But they're probably, we can go through them with our rate structure if you want. Cedric said you can get on the phone with them and talk to them. Some of you may know them as well. But they're gonna ask you what your rate structure is. What's your reserve? What's this? And
They're gonna ask you what the hell you're doing. That's what business is gonna say. They're not gonna come and, oh, you want charity or business? What's with the mismanagement?
So does McConnell provide charity to mismanaged businesses?
Does a bank loan to mismanaged businesses?
No. So we can contact them. We already have one volunteer for that.
Well, you have some other people that wanna talk. I know, that lady's been standing up.
Who's got $250K that wants to loan the district some money?
I can't. There's someone at the back there by the window. He's having.
So this is a question for.
Could I have your name, please?
Charles Hanson.
Okay, Charles.
And, this question for Bill and some of the guys from the district. I contacted Badger, the manufacturer of our meters. And I discussed my meter, what the meter was, and I talked to the technical support. And the guy said, without a PRD upstream of my meter, it's a detriment to my district. He said that the plastic inside of a 5/8 meter, and he said within months of how much water I'm using, that wouldn't be able to read properly with the PSI. He said it can go up to 150 PSI. It can measure up to 150 PSI. But it can't run, it'd be like running a car at 120 every day. Your car would break down or something else would bust. He says those meters, the water will concave and bypass through the plastic inside of the meter. So what you guys are talking about here is probably your infrastructure can't keep up with the water that's reading through. So there's a lot of water that's just bypassing. So if I can show you right now, I ran 28, but I might have ran 58 because of your infrastructure. And so when it all adds up, you can't add up anything, just like your bookkeeping. You can't add up your water if you don't go upstream of our valves and put a PRV, a pressure reducing valve, upstream for the meter. Because running these meters at 160, 159, 149 is too much for our Badger meter.
And that's part of the reason why we're trying to do a rate increase proposal, to get a grant to help with that type of thing.
Okay. So I have a question. You were talking about the rate being delayed or the penalties, but aren't we currently in the increased rate right now?
No. August 30 is your public hearing. If everybody protests that rate increase proposal, then we're stuck at $20.55 per month. The drought ordinance is separate. It was kind of urgent because they're trying to get people to curb their usage. And that's the other thing you got in the mail. So that you get these two things at one time because of that.
So is there an increase for the drought?
The drought rate increase, the usage rate. The reason why the lawyer didn't want you to go with direct purchases is because of equity. And equity in court means something. So she suggested putting the cost of this McConnell and other water, and if people want to buy into it, you put it into the drought usage rate, which is what we're proposing for down in, September, October. It would start September 1 and go to October and on. So that's where she was going with that. So that's a drought usage rate that if it isn't protested by 50% plus one, right, then we go forward with it. But even that amount that you had listed there, was it 90-some cents or something?
93,
Yeah, more than that.
We could amend that with 30-day notice, I believe, but that's still not enough, so.
Okay, so then my next question was on the ninth landing. So, you know, it kind of seems simple at first, so many units at a certain dollar amount, and then a few extra thousand for, a couple extra thousand here and there for various legal fees and stuff. But then there's one part that talks about that we would have to reimburse them for electrical
Yeah.
that wouldn't be.
Lost power generation.
Right. Now that, to me, that's an open-ended number.
It's $30 an acre foot.
25 to 30 is what you're.
25 to 30 is what they've told us.
They don't have to give us a list of everything that's included in it. They can say, here's the price at the end of the day, but they're doing that.
That's item C, if you guys want to pause on it.
We kind of know what it's gonna be.
Okay. Cause
Within a few
I
dollars.
didn't read that part. With the last committee meeting, Bruce Ross, do I have a name right? From Brian Dolly's office, he said ACID seemed to have.
He said what?
He said ACID had water. He suggested that's who we approach.
We already approached them, they won't tell it to us.
They might later on in the year, but not right now.
And do we know why?
Because
Irrigation.
they have customers for flood irrigation, they have.
So they think, oh, they might need to put their own cover. Then I also just, you know, you were talking about the usage is still up, and just wondering if maybe people, rates haven't gone up yet, maybe they're filling up holding tanks. I don't know, I'm just, you know, because it does make you wonder, when you see all the dead lawns and everything.
And there's some that are watering in the middle of the day, I've seen it, but I thought, I'm not gonna stop at their door and go tell them, hey,
No.
that's not my business, so they'll see the.
And then,
It could be on a well too, I don't even know.
and then I do have to kind of follow on his shirt tail as far as the finance, you know, any of this where we're looking for money, even if we could find someone that would make a personal loan, anyone that has acquired that much just sitting there in the bank, they're gonna either want, you know.
3%?
But they're gonna want collateral, and they're gonna wanna see the numbers, see your books, you know, even a private individual. So we've really got to focus on the books. I'm kind of, you know, when we go to the committee meetings, and that, Beverly has done a wonderful job of gathering, and you hear a lot of ideas. There's so many people that have different talents. They talk about the infrastructure that needs to happen. They talk about the history, the mistakes that were made, you know, and you can learn a lot from that, what not to do. And I kind of think maybe, but some more subcommittees, you know, kind of map out the whole thing where we're at now, what we want to get to, each step we need to, we got to get the books in order. We got to locate money, you know, but maybe direct some subcommittees and get people working on it. I know you guys, you know, you're working, this isn't your job. I mean, you've agreed to be on the board, but you have full-time jobs, and, you know, you can't do it all. And I've just seen a lot of talent out here, and I would just say, let's try and organize it and put the talent to work.
Well, just so you know, we do have a community advisory committee. The community advisory committee was the committee that came after a long time, and Cedric was on it, Murray was on it, Cedric wasn't on the board at the time, so he could be on it. And Terry Lincoln's on it, and
He's still on it in spirit.
Yeah. Dennis Bosine was on it, and also Ben Swim was on it at one time. Several people have resigned, and we do have some people that need to be appointed to that Citizens Advisory Committee. And we need to have that, because we can we still have a couple of things that need to be addressed with the Citizens Advisory Committee. Number one, how to promote agriculture out here, because this is an agricultural area to some degree. And secondly, how are we going to address our capital improvement program? But that's not the only thing that Citizens Advisory Committee can take on. They can take on other things that if the people want the board to have them do that. So what we need to do right now is we need to have 2 more members of that committee. And we'll be talking to the Happy Valley Community Committee tomorrow night about making some recommendations. If anybody's got any ideas about wanting to be on that, come on up and put your name in the hat.
Would it be possible to have a volunteer bookkeeper for
Well,
2 months?
it would be possible to have a volunteer bookkeeper if somebody wants to volunteer. But most people like to get paid for what they do. I don't mean to be,
We're talking about people donating their time to a committee that then doesn't get their hands on the stuff. But if there was, yeah, you might as well, because I mean, the house is on fire. You might as well.
it may be somebody. I've talked to
Probably higher chance than the
I've
McConnell
talked to
Foundation.
somebody out here that said he would help out. Now, taking on a job without being paid for it, I think
You have
that's
to California labor laws too.
For volunteer.
You can switch a position to a volunteer.
Hang on a second, Doctor. He's been waiting forever. Yes, sir. Can you come up this way a little bit closer to the area?
Could we have your name, please?
I will if you want. My name is Ava Spade. I'm the last of the Spades in Happy Valley. And you were saying that we needed to make a decision this week about buying water. Does that mean if you don't buy water within the next week or week and a half, we won't have water come September?
No, that's not quite true. We are pumping the wells, and as I understand it, the 2 wells that we can pump are pumping to the maximum right now.
One well has been online, running continuously since Sunday, so one well is all we're running right now.
Oh, we went from
One well.
One
Because
well.
the system will handle it. We're pretty confident the system's gonna explode if we overpressure it.
One well can,
How much are you pumping?
one well can,
1,500 gallons per minute.
How much?
1,500 gallons per minute. And that's, to answer another question, that's where the 29 HCF came from.
that amounts to about 90 acre-feet a month.
Bill is trying to tell you something.
The 29 HCF per customer came from running one well at 80% capacity. At 100% capacity, at 100% capacity, one well.
One what? 2 wells. We're running.
We base it on 180 feet.
180 acre-feet.
So are we gonna have enough water for the beginning of September, which you said was the deadline that we needed to get to if you don't buy any water this month?
The only water, if we don't buy any more water, we will, without a doubt, run out of our remaining 50 acre feet in maybe a week and a half, because there's a little bit of conservation that we are seeing. And then the only water we'll have available is the water we can pump out of the ground.
So yes, we will run out of water if you don't buy any in the next week or week and a half.
No, we'll still have the water we can pump out of the ground, we just won't have an ample supply of water.
And the Bureau would continue to let us draw from the,
But what happens if you put on 2 wells?
The system crashes.
Well, we can run 2 wells, it's not the wells, it's the problem, it's to match that flow, because the wells pump to a booster station, and the booster station feeds the system. So we can run 2 wells, I should explain that a little bit better. It's the 2 booster pumps that we're leery about overpressurizing the system, because we have these breaks throughout the system. And it could be from somebody literally opening and closing a hydrant, it could be from anything. So we feel as operators that we're gonna overpressurize the system. And if we have a break, then we're kind of counterproductive. We produce water, but then we lose water. So in the grand scheme of things, we're probably better off just sticking with what we know.
How much are we pumping a month? From that one well?
1,500 gallons per minute, and so at 100% capacity, it was 198 acre feet, and we know we can't do 100% capacity because we started off with some problems. So we budgeted for 180 acre feet. 180, and that's where the 29 HCF per customer came from. That's water we know we can get out of the ground.
With one well.
With one well.
We have 373
HE. I heard we were only doing 40. Oh, that was when we were having trouble.
That's not Cedric.
Scott's been trying to vote.
Go ahead, Scott.
Maybe we should switch place, I don't know. Two questions for you, Bill. The meter that Reclamation has at the dam that feeds the district, how often does Weights and Measures come through and check that it's accurate?
Hasn't been there since 1996.
Okay, so how do we know that it's accurate?
Because, there's, at the treatment plant, there's six filter, there's 6 trains, and each train has a flow meter that records to a SCADA program, and all 6 of those get checked once a year.
Very good. Now, so you compare that versus the meter from Reclamation, or are those meters the ones that Reclamation is using?
Yeah, that's what we use.
That's what you use, fair enough. What's the cost of running an acre foot through the filtration plant on top of the Reclamation charge?
It's every bit of 28 cents.
28 to 30 cents.
An HCF.
Oh,
Per acre foot. Oh, yeah, per HCF.
28
That's
to
cost.
HCF.
Okay, I just wanted to know that.
And because of the giant chlorine shortage we're battling right now, that's probably gonna go up.
Okay, but right now it's about 30 cents.
Do we have any more comments about the loan idea or financing?
Yeah, we'd
Yeah,
like
I
to hear
want
more
to
about
make
the loan.
sure I understand about this loan. Now, we have, I believe Cedric said, 5 days to make a decision on this water? Is that correct?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
So that's.
We have no way of knowing what money we have in the bank because we don't have a bookkeeper. Is this correct?
No,
Or available money.
We can read bank accounts. Now, there's.
Right. Do we have an estimate of the available money in the district after what's already committed? That's nothing, right?
I mean, yeah, you might as well call 40 or 50,000, nothing.
Okay, we have a terrible credit rating, and we're gonna go try and get loans or borrow from the employees. None of this sounds feasible. This woman back here is asking we need to make a motion that gets something done now. Not next week, not next month. Am I clear on this picture?
Yes.
Okay, Cedric, you keep talking about donations or paying $1.38 per unit. People, we need to stand up. If we're willing to buy 100 acre feet for our own farm, we need to bring some money. Now, there's another problem with this. You're expecting us to bring money to an office without a bookkeeper. Hello? Okay, this is a big issue. How are we supposed to bring you money if I have $250,000 to bring to you? Why would I? You don't have anybody watching the money.
You have to have less sense than money, or something like that.
Okay, so how is any of this productive? Can somebody explain how we're gonna get anywhere in 5 days with no good options?
You're right. So, the $1.38 would be incremental in terms of what people would be willing to help with, and it would have to clearly be a donation, because we can't afford, it's illegal for us to charge it.
That $1.38 isn't gonna happen in a week.
Yeah,
That's not gonna happen.
yeah, so we would have to, we're essentially putting our necks firmly in the noose, saying, yes, we can pay for it. Yes, somehow we're gonna get to October, sure. So that, of course, makes me feel uncomfortable, but it's like, if we don't buy it and we overdraft and don't have a means to pay back the Bureau with water, not with money, but with water, then our contract is at risk. So realistically, I think you put your finger on the problem. The problem is people have to use less water right now.
Now, let's
Right
talk
now,
about
we
this
have
too.
to. If we were responsible and it was you and I in a household where you were out of water and out of money, and you had 50 acre-feet in the bank, and you could not use that 50 acre-feet because that's the little bit of insurance policy you have to keep your contract good with whoever's lording over you, in this case the Bureau, because we just need to get to the next year, get to that good water. You would shut everything down. You would shut everything down. How do you do that? You quit playing around with this drought ordinance penalty and you make it live now. Live now, the whole kit and caboodle. And if we have to do an emergency meeting to do that, that is the only authority we have to control water use. I mean, it's just, to me, that is what we do. Maybe we change the table. Maybe we make the table more drastic than it is. I don't think that would be necessary. If maybe we only buy 100 acre-feet. And we get a really serious drought table right now. Right now. That's the answer.
Well, I think that is definitely part of it. Again, we're paying money to an office with no bookkeeper, still an issue. But I want to talk about something else real quick and then I'll sit down. How much water is running down the street when we break these pipes? How much? Yeah. How do you know how much? You're putting it all on us. And yes, we need to curtail. You are absolutely correct. I am not showering. I'm bucket showering. I am using my dishwater to water what plants I can. I'm on board with the whole rationing and knocking the crap off, wasting water. I'm on with that.
Good.
However, how much water is running every time we have one of these breaks?
We had a conversation with the Bureau about that. Sorry,
But you
and
make
the
it sound
Bureau
like
was
us.
unsympathetic about our breaks in the water. However, there was a side conversation where they might entertain sharing back some of the money if you could demonstrate that it was within the basin and it created groundwater recharge. And I saw a number thrown around that might be 100 acre-feet. But that's not going to get us out the door. So
And our rate
it's
increase that we're proposing to go in September is not gonna have enough to make these infrastructure changes in a timely manner so that we're not having all these busted pipes, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so how is any of this working, is my question.
And he's still
It's an incremental step. The district has shown a propensity to vote down water rate increases of any kind because of the long-term, very long-term favorable rates that were granted to domestic customers and to ag customers. So we've run this tremendous deficit and we've built this expectation of what it costs to receive water into our lifestyles, right? So the idea behind this rate proposal, and I think it will work, because we had some really smart people there on the CAC figuring it out, not me, but others, and it was on there. We have a base rate that's palpable, it's more, but the water rate is structured so that you pay the cost of the water regardless of what the Bureau's, if the Bureau raises its rates, our water rates will go up in 30 days. If we're going to a drought, we buy water, the water rate rate's gonna reflect that. So we're not gonna lose ground anymore if we can get to September, anymore.
Okay, so
And there's a small percentage of profit and Mr. McVeigh loves that term when I use it, profit in the water rate to build reserves, because we are, we obviously need to build reserves. So if you use a lot of water and we got the water, no problema. Use it up a storm. Go for it. The problem is now we're just not there yet. So we need a solution that gets us to October 1. Simple as that. And the only one that's real is we don't use a bunch of water, we don't buy a bunch of water, and we put a rate penalty ordinance in place that's meaningful.
So we're not buying any water, that's.
No, that's an idea. I think
Well,
there's a
what
lot
we
of people
really
that want to buy
cannot
the water
is
and
that
really roll the
true.
dice.
Also, you mentioned that the board makes the decisions, but then it's management's responsibility. We don't have any management. We have how many people in the office? And we have Bill over here, who's doing a bang-up job, by the way, Bill. Thank you. But you know, you can't and say, okay, we're the board, we did this. Now, management, non-existent,
in more and more.
So
And
appoint
some of us
people,
have, but we have to step in more and more.
hire people immediately, and again, in 5 days, we got 5 days.
Well,
What
I
kind
plan
of
on
motion
making that
can we
motion
make?
a little later, lady. That's exactly what I plan on making, a motion to hire somebody right now.
Okay, that's a good
But
one.
that's later, that's later.
Okay, so what motion can we make about buying this water right now? Because we don't got nothing.
You know, that's on the agenda later.
So we're trying to get the money situation explored.
Yep, we explored it. That's
Okay, thank you very much.
That's the motion.
Does anybody else want to speak?
He was back there.
One more.
She's been up with her hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, I know we're all frustrated, okay, because we keep coming to these meetings, we've been coming to these meetings for so many times, and everybody shares amazing ideas. The trouble is, they don't get off the ground, so we get frustrated, okay? And we're looking at you guys, and all you're saying is, you're gonna find the hell out of us and charge us more to make up for the money that you say you need, but we don't wanna give you, because look where it's got us. It hasn't got us anywhere. We don't know how much money we have. We don't even know what we're doing. These meetings just go all over the place, okay? So, I think a great idea would be that these people that wanna buy, an acre foot of water, let's just throw it out there, start a list. Because if someone comes to me and asks me if I wanna put in money to that, I will, because I'm not gonna donate anything to you, and here's why. I spent $1,200 on hay. I went out and bought 4 totes. We're spending $100, a little bit more than that a week, going to get water in Reading, Palisadro, Cottonwood, Reading, and Anderson. So we're going and driving out and getting all this water. So you saying that we're wasting all this water, I just don't believe it, because I drive around and everything's dry. So we're spending the money. So that money's not going to get donated to you, because I'm already out around $1,800 with all these pipes and water totes and pumps and generators and all this crap that I'm spending, because I got to keep ourselves under, and guess what? We're over. We're already over. We're at 47. We were at 590, brought it down to 327, because we have pastures. Everything's dead. Now we're down at 47. I can't even believe it, and I'm still over.
Wow, that's
So why would I take that $1,000 fine that you want to pose tonight? I can see that. I can see it coming. Why would I do that? When I can go out and pay for water, but I don't know if I'm going to hand you a check for that, because I don't think it's going to go there. I mean, that's where we're coming from. Do you understand? Not only that, you don't know how much money you have. You don't have a bookkeeper. She's skipping out. The manager's skipping out. Skipping out. Okay, and by the way, we owe them $100,000, for God's sakes. This train's been running off track for so long, there is no way of bringing it back. But you can't come to us to expect us to fix your problems when we can't trust you. That's my
Just for context, we're not fixing our problems. We're trying to fix, or we're not trying to fix our problems, we're trying to fix all of our problems. Because the problem we're trying to fix is the fundamental value of your property. If we lose the district in the next 2 months to being subsumed to another organization, all bets are off. That's all. And so that may be what it is. I don't know. I can only fret about it so much.
We don't have any value anyway. I already called the ag office today. Did you know that for every acre that you can't provide water to us, which is what's going on right now, we lose $5,000 to $6,000. That's off of our valuation of our property. You know why? Because they have these little words that say, do you have water service? We don't have water service right now because we can't water. So right now, we're looking at properties that are lowering in value every single day. Not only is no one going to want to move out here, but the price is going to be nothing, because you know why? We can't get water.
So when you talk about water service, that's being able to service
Being
a
able
residential,
to service
a residential
water.
unit.
No, I'm
That's what we're
talking about land. I'm talking about a person like me that owns a little piddly 4 acres.
New water's passed.
Our value on that land is diminished greatly because of the fact, it's worth practically nothing. with no water service. And I went to both ag extension's office, Shasta County and Redwood, they both told me the same thing. Not only the fact that all of the trees that are lost, like I drove by Mrs. Juarez's place today, you know, on the corner of Oak and Palm that's been there forever, the ones that have the huge Mission Queen olives. And I just wanted to cry, because I'm like, this is so horrible. This is a history of Happy Valley. This is why the Central Valley Project was put in place, to bring water out here to these farmers. And it just breaks my heart. I fought so hard to get that, Johanna, you were there, Erwin, you were there, to get our contract from the Bureau of Reclamation. That was our #1 priority, to get that contract.
So
And now it's
why
like,
weren't their rates raised years ago?
it's like everything's
Why weren't the rates raised years ago?
And you know what?
Were you
I
on
agree
board
with
then?
you.
Were
I
you on
agree
board
with you.
then?
The rates do need to be raised. However, this emergency thing that he wants to do in these fines are
It's already
outrageous.
done. It should have been implemented by now. It was voted last month.
It's not helping anything to
It was
hand
just
someone
an error in
$1,000
your
fine
announcement.
on top of raising the water rates 3 times. I don't get it. What has the board, what has the district, not the board, the district, what have they done? And I asked this to Erwin before we were up at the Board of Reclamation and when we had the protest. What have they done to tighten their belts? I've heard 10% raises, I've heard 2% raises, should have been no raises.
Right.
So where's that, what is gonna be cut from you? We've already taken cuts. I've taken almost a $2,000 cut. What cuts have you guys made to this district? What?
Other question.
Thank you. I think this gentleman right here had one to speak.
There was a motion, looking at, funding either grants or loans or whatever. That motion didn't assign a person or give a time. So would it be possible to have somebody agree to report back at the next meeting on the, funding?
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. It could be part of the motion to report back at the April 18th, August 18th meeting.
Well, or a special meeting before that.
Or, yeah, if we have to, do a special meeting before that. But I'll make that a part of my motion, that we immediately seek the funding, and whatever that amount turns out to be, and that has to be determined by the people in the office to find out where we are financially, as to what we are going to ask for in terms of the loan. And that loan would be, done by approaching the, OPEB, fund, and then, and any other, funding possibility that may take place, and, including the bank, or including, as, Cedric has suggested, private funding. And as in addition to that motion, then, to do that and report back at the latest August 18th meeting, preferably before in a special meeting.
You have to amend it. You have a second.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second.
But there's one more comment.
And that's some more comments, okay.
Has Skip been approached to see if he would put off this payment that's supposed to be coming to him? Because if we lose the contract, I don't know if he lives in Happy Valley, this will also affect him, but we can't, I mean, if we are actually looking at bankruptcy, why would that be our priority to pay him?
Pay who?
Yeah, 100 and whatever thousand. And, you know, and I hate, this makes me even just shudder to think of such a thing, but maybe even saying, okay, can we make this a loan? I don't know. I mean, we've already got that money, but to give this back to him seems crazy right now.
Yeah, okay. I don't know that answer, but we can find it out. We can certainly ask about it.
And who would do that? Who would ask him that?
Well, I could ask him tomorrow.
Okay.
And I don't, and we're not quite sure how, when all that money is to be paid out.
Because again, if, I don't know, I mean, would it be maybe cheaper to wait for him to get the lawyer than us lose this contract? And then we'll take care of that when our monies come back in? But I mean, give him that money when it's in the pockets of this company right now, I don't think we should let that money go.
Well, if we don't have the money, how can you give it to us?
That's right, just forgot the water first and didn't pay him. I mean, he should not be the
Well, that's why we
right.
wanna move forward with these things.
Yeah, we should not
We
be.
gotta get it going. We can stand here all night long and talk about it, but we gotta do something. And that's what we're trying to
Well, I
do.
voted on not letting
Let's
the money.
move forward.
I voted on not
Let's
letting the
do
money
it.
in the district.
All right.
I second it.
Anybody else? No. Next time.
All right, can we just take one final comment and be done with the
Yeah,
discussion?
that's not a bad idea.
There is a motion.
Mark Juarez, in the end of the meeting, I talked to the Bureau about amending this contract, making a change to it. I mean, now's dire straits. If there's a time to go to the Bureau right now, it's now.
To do what now?
To amend the contract, get our.
With the Bureau?
Yeah.
What would be your amendment?
The amendment to have water like McConnell had us, non-restricted to drought.
If you were successful, it'd be a multi-year effort.
It's the same rights that we had though, when we started.
$500,000 of loyalty,
Yeah.
if you were successful.
Oh,
I don't think.
79. The ditches were put in the sand.
I think they would fight us legally, like Cider was saying. And then if we lost and we didn't have any water rights at all,
Can't we just talk to them?
there was a conversation, you guys might.
Would they meet with us?
What that was, I was.
Would they meet with the district to increase the
They can meet
water?
with 2 directors and our staff, which that happened.
Last Tuesday.
And you guys be the ones to report on that.
And what they say?
Well, it's part of the purchase of the water for Knights Landing's investors discussion and received. But we're still on A.
Yeah, we get to that. So we talk about
So
that.
the McConnell Foundation made over $1 million on the water this year.
I know. They're sitting pretty, that's all.
For now, anyway.
For now, yeah, but
The state just passed another thing today.
We're only on A, is that what you guys said? We're on A. We need to, A of what? I was gonna ask a question, but I think I'll let you guys move forward, and I'll just wait till the end. But maybe it was a financial question. The recent fires, have they been, my name's Shauna Welch. Have they been, were they receptive that maybe that first month we went over was due to, I don't know how much you guys have got, don't you have a meter or something when there's fires and they keep track of all that?
Yeah, the fire departments are supposed to keep track of how much water they're using each agency.
Do we get any break for that, I guess is what I'm asking.
We do get a break for that.
I mean, right now, are they considering that as, okay, you went over that month, but you had a fire?
Yeah, we're still waiting for all the information on that.
That was my next question. So it's all been filed, we're waiting for them to decide how much we're gonna get and credits?
Something we had to stay on top of.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's not that much.
And do we have an ETA on when that'll be settled? No?
Not that much.
They're gonna take their time.
We do get credit for that. But it's imperative that the fire departments, that not only Happy Valley Fire Department, but CAL FIRE, whoever else uses the water out of our hydrants, that they record how much they use, so that we can give it to the Bureau and say, this is how much was used for fire. And then we get credit for it. But if the fire departments don't keep track of it, you pay for it. I pay for it. I don't like that.
Madam Chair, I moved the previous question, which means I'm asking if you would end debate on this, so we can vote on this. Yea or nay. It's your discretion though. If you think we need to go longer, you can go longer.
I don't think we'll solve anything unless we make a decision right now.
So could you please read the motion back to us?
The
final.
That's everyone's resume. Okay, immediately seeks of funding, and what we're going to look for the loan and any other financial funding that might, sorry, there's a little messed up there, that might take place, such as OPEB, bank, a personal loan, and report back before the August 18th meeting, if not a special meeting.
And also bank.
I put the bank.
Okay.
So basically, the motion is to seek any financial solutions we can to get us through fiscal year 2021. Is that what we're talking about here?
Motion?
Motion.
And seconded.
Yeah, he seconded.
Oh, second. How do you vote?
I vote aye.
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 Okay.
Okay.
So we move on.
This is ag rates, ag water discussion.
Well, we've sort of done that in a way, haven't we?
Well, that was around a question I had around what rates ag's paying under this particular water use, since there was no irrigation water released. And it's my understanding that we're tied to the previous rate structure, which means it's just a different level of loss to the district along those lines. So that's the crux of that when we move on.
Well, if you don't mind though, I've had people, talk to me and question about when the new rate structure takes place, there is an ag rate and a domestic rate. And the ag rate's a little higher because we pay more to the Bureau for ag water. And the question was, if the Bureau has cut us back to zero ag, just because I'm an agriculturalist, do I still have to pay the higher ag rate? And
The Bureau told me, point blank, your rate structure with ag and domestic, if an agricultural person was using M&I water, he's never seen it happen before, where a Bureau person would come out and go, you know, by the way, you've been receiving M&I water, and you've got an agricultural operation. And he said the crux of that decision revolves around whether or not you have any other income supporting your farm, your ag operation. And my thought off the top of my head is probably 99.9% of the ag folks have got other income supporting the farm. So I don't think there's any risk of people using M&I for your agricultural purposes. So when you're thinking about your farm now, instead of making it, you're projecting a bunch of, well, this is my business, this is how I survive, this is because you can then protect your ag rate. You don't have to do that anymore. You can just go, this is a hobby operation. I have other income coming in, and you purchase M&I water. And the strength of that is for the district is that on every single drought, it's based on how much M&I you used the last 3 whole allocations. So wouldn't that be great if we got to, and the rate structure set up for us to use plenty of water. It's the price per unit is cranked down as low as it can go. The base rate is cranked down as low as it can go. And you can use water, but it will, at a rate that, again, there is a little profit in it that will build the reserves, and we can get this train moving in the right direction. Maybe we use 8,000 acre feet in the next whole year, and then another 6, and then another 4. And then when you average those, that's what the allocation was based on during the next drought year. So we're gonna see, they threw us 1,800 initially based on M&I with 0 ag, and then they cranked it way down. We might see a 3,000 acre foot drought allocation if people use water. And that's one of the strategies that the current rate proposal allows for. It allows for people to really kind of express themselves with their water use, because it's a lower water rate, lower for domestic, but there's more domestic customers than ag. So what the expectation is, more purely domestic folks will, have lawns. The place I quite frankly think most of this place is going to green up a bit when we see a better water year under the current, on the proposed rate schedule.
So I had a question, Beverly Pickus. Last week when you had your meeting, did you guys ask why ag is costing so much more now than M&I water? That was one of the questions we had posed to him back in May and never got a response.
No, I didn't. I did ask, when they allocate water to our district, is there a set protocol and procedure for that, where they can, or can they pick and choose the sort of math they use to allocate water to a particular district? And they said it's very structured, and they gave me a link to some resources just to check their math, right? To check whether or not they're doing that correctly. I quite frankly haven't followed up on that, but I didn't get to the bottom of whether ag was going up or down. You know, I think it was related to how much revenue they have an expectation how much revenue they want to generate in a particular year, and they just go, they just dial in, you know, a little bit more for M&I, a little bit more for ag, and then turn it loose to us.
They say it's what it costs them to deliver the water to us. It's the Bureau of Reclamation, the Central Valley Project, that sends water down south, has how many customers? 200 or 300 different water contractors. Some are small, like us. Some are huge, like the Westlands Water District, which gets a lot of water out of the Trinity Lake. The Bureau tells us, the Bureau charges each one of those entities a different price for water. For ag water in some cases, and for M&I water in some cases. Our water this year for, don't quote me on an exact amount, but I'm gonna give you an idea. For M&I water this year, if we were using Bureau water, which we're not, we're using City of Reading water, and we're gonna maybe use the Knights Landing water, but when you're using Bureau water, they charge us approximately $50 an acre foot for domestic, okay? For ag, they charge us $85 an acre foot. But if you look at the schedule for all of the districts, we're kind of low compared to some. There are districts that they charge $1,000 an acre foot, $600 an acre foot. Some they charge even lower than that, $25 an acre foot. And they say, they, meaning the Bureau, says to us, we do that. We compute that based upon what it costs us to deliver it to you. Now, Beverly, maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea if you and I went up to the Bureau someday and asked them why they do that. I'll guarantee you what's going to happen. You and I will come back from that meeting as confused as when we went in. I've done this before. Folks, we're a tiny water district that's dealing with a gigantic thing up there. A big federal government project. And do you think that they really care emotionally about how we do things? All they look at is the money, and they look at the contract. If we don't do it according to the contract, we can lose the contract. And if we lose that contract, we lose 15,000 acre feet of water a year in a wet year.
And we should never, ever, 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 ever should come to this position.
That's
now.
right.
Never, ever, ever.
That's right.
It's just unthinkable that we're sitting here contemplating. It bothers me to no end.
So the last meeting, I asked you about ag, and basically, the way that they established the ag use is when we filled out that form. So if that form is non-existent, then everything goes M&I.
That's right.
Okay,
That's right.
And the initial distribution of that water was because this is an agriculture area, 60, 65, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and then the law passed to have pure drinking water, or whatever they call it. So the filtration system was on the part of the district. So water coming out was ag water, going through a filtration system, then distributed. And the way that water got assessed was based upon our filling out the form. So if I don't fill out the form anymore, I'm in.
That's right. Let me give you a little historical background on this district for those who don't know about it. This is how it worked. If you look at the contract that we have, it says you get 15,300 acre feet of water, and you can do with it what you want. That's what it says. But if you want cheap ag water, and back when the contract was put together many years ago, ag water was very cheap. And they said, if you want cheap ag water, then you have to have a farming operation. And you have to fill out a crop report, and you have to have a business report, and you have to prove to the Bureau that you have an agricultural operation. And it was worth it to do it then because the water was cheap. The water is not cheap anymore. It costs twice as much for the ag water in a normal year than it does the domestic water. So why would I, as a farmer, why would I want to go for ag water? I'd have to pay twice as much. Why don't I just keep my farming operation, not send in a crop report, not send in a business report, and just keep farming? Fill my taxes out and be done with it. Because it doesn't pay under the way we're being charged for water today. Years ago, it did. There's Sandy, she knows about that.
Back then, it was $9.60 an acre foot for ag water. When the contract was up and we went down to Willows and protested, and Larry Russell and a couple other representatives went in and negotiated, we were filling out crop reports because the Bureau wanted to know if we were farming out here. And a lot of us were. There were people before us that were farming in this area because they were getting water through the Townsend Flat water ditch from Rainbow Lake. But over a period of years, it fell in disrepair. And then when McConnell bought the Gore Ranch, they ended up with 5,100 acre feet of water through the Townsend Flat water ditch from Seltzer Dam. Little history note. Seltzer Dam was built in 1852 by 40 miners. It was 4 feet high, made out of logs so the salmon could jump over the top. Then in 1912, Rudolph Seltzer, who had a big store in Reading, took up a whole block. Market, Yuba, California, and Shasta. Had everything freighted into his store, and they had a ranch up Clear Creek. And that's why they started those water rights, because they needed that water for their livestock and their big ranch and the water pastures and stuff. Anyway, getting back to the present, I have the original crop report that we did. We went out as a committee and surveyed all the different areas out here. We had 83% return on those crop reports, and they went to the negotiations and helped us get that next contract. So that's why we had crop reports back then. And Tammy, you were off base. I was at the same meetings you were, and I don't know where you got all that stuff. Oh my God. You know, I think what would solve our problem is if you would, as a board, fire Skip and not have to pay him all that money.
I want to just interject something here. Yes, domestic water is cheaper. But I'm telling you, the farmers out here, in 10 years, if you don't buy ag water, you'll lose it.
Yes.
So think about that. Yes, you're gonna pay a little more for it. But if you want to farm, you're making money on your farm. Okay? So don't give up that ag. Okay?
Comment over.
If the trees die this year on our ranch and we shut off our 4-inch meter, that's like shutting off 40 residences. So you're building up your water storage for the next coming years isn't gonna happen. That goes with any large meter. Build up your reserves for the years that it's heavy rain, not gonna happen.
Those reserves, I'm not sure what.
He's talking about individual reserves for the person. If he shuts his 4-meter down, he has no usage to mitigate.
Everybody's prices go up then.
Oh, in the next drought, you mean?
I don't understand. So if it's an ag meter though, it doesn't count towards the drought.
You say we're using M&I though.
If you used M&I, it would. If you used M&I, and I don't.
They don't
you know,
have ag water
actually,
now, you said
Actually,
they're
there was I can verify this again though, but he said that orchards weren't ag necessarily. They would qualify under, they would qualify under M&I. What did he say?
Livestock wasn't ag.
No, horses are not ag.
What did he say about, what did he say about orchards?
It was, the ag water is technically irrigation water. It's supposed to be on the ground. That's what it said.
Can we get back to the orders of the day? And any other comments on the ag before we move on?
We should move on.
The board to discuss the water budget for the remainder of the water year.
Madam Chairman, I'm gonna make a motion. I'm gonna move that we immediately hire someone to come in here and do, and with someone that has credentials to come in here and, straighten up the books of this, water district. That's the motion, right there.
It's too open.
Right now.
But, are we going off the agenda?
Well, that's part of the agenda. Report to discuss water budget for the remainder of the year. Can't do the budget until we get somebody in here that knows what the budget is.
I thought the water budget was how much water we use versus how much water we think we're gonna use.
I think that would have been good under A.
Well, okay, let's go back to A, and I'll make that motion.
I think that got added on in part of one of these motions, actually.
Okay, well, as long as it's there, we need to hire somebody.
Okay.
Does the board have to, do we have to take to the management to hire I mean, I think it's, makes it abundantly clear, I guess, but I mean.
Yeah, well, we have an open position. Well, we don't have to make the motion, we can just tell Bill, hey, Bill, find somebody.
If he's not the manager. Yeah, I think you're ahead of yourself, you need to appoint an interim manager.
Cover that.
I would at least give Bill some direction. Have him call ACID, call Centerville. Do they have employees over there that can come out? Bella Vista Water District. Are they under the same accounting system that we are? Because that would be immensely helpful that we could pay somebody to come over.
CPA sitting right there, you could hire him.
Okay, I could work on, I'm also retired. I could work on a volunteer basis, but if it's a software that I'm not used to and whatever, I'm not sure whether it would be helpful or whether I just chew up a bunch of somebody's time. But I'm saying, yeah, like I said, I will do that on a volunteer basis.
Yeah, oh, I know.
Hey, remember you guys hired someone a few years ago, to do the bookkeeping and the audits and all that financial stuff. And what happened to her? When Shar, well, it was between Shar and Skip's regime. They hired.
Oh, you know about it, she left about 3 months ago.
What happened? No, there was another lady that they hired to do all the bookkeeping and.
Is that Roxanne?
No. She was very accredited. If you look through your policy book, you'll probably see it where you made an ordinance to hire her. I don't have the information with me, but there was a person hired by this district to do all the bookkeeping and the audit and all the financial stuff. When Shar retired, which was supposedly 2012, she was still working here till 2016, doing all the financial stuff. And we were paying 2 managers salaries. We were paying them well. They're making good money.
When she went away, we hired Christie. And that's the lady you're talking about, I think.
Christie,
That was the only one.
Christie Roberts.
Yeah.
I don't remember her name, but they did introduce her at the board meeting, that she would be doing all the financial work. And the bookkeeping.
She had an accounting background. That's what she did.
What happened to all of her work? Where is it?
Huh?
What happened to all of her work? Where is it? Why don't we have that information all right in front of us?
Should be a structure.
Well, because we don't have her here now. That's my point. We don't have somebody here that knows that bookkeeping system that well. And when Christie left, she didn't really train anybody. She trained,
The manager didn't direct
yeah,
her to train someone.
training anybody. So it didn't get done. So we wanna do it now. Let's not just talk about it, let's do it. Tired of talking about it.
Can we go down,
Get something done.
can we go down the list there, Madam Chair? Just
Yes.
well production, I think we already hit that, didn't we? But you wanna finish anything, Bill?
Well, production was down our projection was down from what we thought we were gonna do. We got 37 acre feet out of the ground in July. Surface water was 357 for 394 acre feet total. We are projecting, we are seeing some conservation, so the flows are lowering. So it's not, we're headed in the right direction, but we're not completely off of surface water yet. So we're kind of projecting 300 acre feet for August and September, and of additional surface water. Potentially, if it doesn't rain in October, we'll need another 100 acre feet for October. And we feel like we can get a solid 180 acre feet this August out of the ground.
Hopefully going forward.
And hopefully going forward.
Okay, 180 out of the ground per month.
Per month.
Okay.
What makes you say that though, Bill, if we're only been able to do 37 in July? Are we wishful thinking?
Well, once some problems popped up, we fixed them. We know what to look for. We're anticipating they're not gonna happen again. One of the big problems we had was we lost a leg, a phase from service. So, we had an electrician fix that. But as long as stuff like big things like that don't happen, we should be able to produce.
Can we turn the main valve out for the surface water? Can we do that?
No.
Unless there's a fire, like when someone went out, you know what I mean?
No.
Right.
No?
We
Just turn it off.
The system,
Well, I didn't know if there was a valve, but I thought at one of the last meetings they mentioned there was.
That's an alternative.
I hate to say that.
What's that?
Okay, he says no. Bill knows, I just.
we can shut the district off from surface water, but the system tells us, hey, we still need surface water to
So
keep
it
the
might make
tank.
our system fail.
Well, we'll just run off reserves. The 4 million gallon tank will slowly drop. And then in which case we'll just go back to surface water.
Yeah.
So it's best for water quality from the treatment plant to the district to keep the water flowing at a minimum or just shut it off. And right now the system tells us we still need it.
What about Centerville? How do you deal with them if you shut it
Well, the
off?
treatment plant will still feed Centerville.
Oh, it will, okay.
So we could isolate from the conduit.
Okay.
Just tell them.
Bill, I have a question about our water aquifer over there, those wells.
Yes.
Someone's dammed up Cottonwood Creek on upstream quite a ways. They have a pretty good sized lake up there. Cottonwood Creek is dry. Is that gonna affect our aquifer for the wells?
Now we're monitoring the groundwater level and it's not dropping.
It hasn't dropped. Well, that's
Much.
good. And then how about all the marijuana users out here that use water?
Who would do something like that?
Is that being monitored at all, you know?
Trail cameras.
You mean as far as them stealing water from the hydrants and
Yeah,
stuff like that?
well, I don't know if they still are. I know you had security cameras on them, but how much water are they using? We're asking about the.
We're hoping they're staying under 2,900 each.
That doesn't support for really our marijuana plants. Is anybody checking into that?
You mean as far as how much individuals are using?
Yeah.
Well, it is technically illegal, the federal government doesn't really recognize the use of federal water for marijuana grow, so they're not supposed to be doing that. But we're not gonna play water cops. We're not gonna go out there and knock on their door and say, hey, you can't do this. So,
Well, you're supposed to be guarding our water for us.
well, we are. We're not letting them steal it out of the hydrant, put it that way.
You can report them if they're within a certain distance of a school or a bus stop, you can report them. They'll do a flyover and eventually they'll get the point and cut it down, but.
Well, I remember Irwin did a flyover, and he had a pretty good,
Yeah, that was back in the days when that was before the ordinances.
yeah,
and
that
the
was really
state
interesting.
Legalized it.
But it may take several
I had
complaints
lots
to get
of, I had
the
lots
sheriff to
of
do it.
pictures.
Yeah, they were putting black plastic around the plant for growing so fast they couldn't keep with me in it.
So under B here, it says discuss options for ensuring that Clear Creek Community Service, this is little b under big B and little B down there.
Right, discuss options.
Yeah.
The CCSD does not.
What do you guys have in mind regarding that? Did we already kind of?
Yeah, wasn't that we need to buy more water?
Yeah, that's basically it. Or make the variance more brutal. Make it real. You can either make the variance real, the drought ordinance penalty real, or you can turn off the water at the district thing, as one gentleman from the last meeting suggested, which isn't probably.
I have a question, Cedric,
And
because
then-
you're so into the variance.
Not the variance, the penalty.
The penalty,
Yeah.
yeah, thank you for correcting me, because that's what I was thinking, we're on the same page. If I was gonna pay for overage, my name is Brenda Matheson Konachek. We brought the Matheson Christmas tree farm to Happy Valley, been out here all my life. If I was going to pay a penalty, I would not pay it to the district, because it will go into the general fund that would support the wages. Okay, when you have 70% of wages, you're talking about sending something to the bank, you're upside down. Okay, so we asked the representative from Dolly's office that came in last week, and he said we could make a trust account for the variance or the penalties.
Could do what?
We can do a trust account.
Oh.
And that's where we would know that money would go into the reserve for future buying of the water.
Buying the water.
Correct.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you wanted that
You know,
fund
that's,
for?
you need to be able
Go
to.
ahead.
Yeah, you have that, I mean, they're all real debts. I mean, we do owe the employees their salary, we do owe the Bureau when we purchase, City Ready, we purchase water from them, Nice Landing, we purchase from them. So all the debts are real.
Right, but they keep going up, the
Yeah.
wages keep going up,
I
Cedric.
know.
And we've been talking about this since November.
I know, and
Okay.
you know, when we go down these, and there's so many, the laundry list of things that, you know, that the car needs a lot of work, right? It needs a lot of work.
Oh, it does.
It's an older car, and so we gotta get the car though out of Mexico, so to speak. We gotta get it to through customs and safe where we can work on it. Right now, we're about to get it pounded in Mexico, and it's gonna be a bad deal. I mean, or, I don't know, pick Canada, I don't know.
But you're
She's got a-
continuing the same
she's got a good
thing that's been
point.
heating up the funds,
Whereas
but
if-
she has a good point.
if
because
people
we're still
are
putting in
using too
buckets
much
that's just
water-
being drained out.
I know.
If
Yeah,
the
it's-
penalty's enough to pay for the water that they're using, and you put it in a trust account and use that trust account to buy the water, that's the same thing. If the person that owns the property can't buy water from the Bureau, why don't you put the money in the trust account and then the
Because
district?
trust account means basically you're making it, maybe I'm misunderstanding nonprofits, I've been in it for a few years, but if you make a donation and put it into a trust account, yeah, it has to stay in a trust account, right? Otherwise, the board would have to direct those funds to go to a trust account.
Well, you can make conditions on the trust
You're
account
not making a
to
donation,
purchase
you're
more
making-
water.
you're paying a fine, so.
It could go in a separate bank account entitled penalty money or whatever you want to call it.
Right, but you
Just
guys
keep
moved
track of
that
it.
to the
We've
general
had
ledger.
we've had separate bank accounts before, you guys know that, and I know that, okay? And where did that go? It's gone, poof. So now,
Well, give us the opportunity to do better moving forward.
Make it a line item, we can make it a line item in the activity report.
well, it needs to be outlined in your minutes, what that money is to go for, and if it's outlined in your minutes,
Well,
of
in
one that.
my opinion is it goes for us to get to October 1 in one piece. That's where the money would go to. It would go to as needed. The house is on fire, right? The house is on fire. So whatever is required to keep the house from burning down.
If we
for
voted on
October,
this
is
now,
where the
you
money
would
goes.
lose this argument.
Yeah, so you're expecting us to pay for your mistakes. That's what the fine is. I can see raising the rates of water, but not the
This is not
fine.
getting us anywhere.
Well, that's because we need money. That's why we're having a
You
meeting.
know, we can complain about all this all along, hey, you hate me, that's fine.
I think,
You know, but we gotta get moving and get things fixed.
yeah, so
Okay, so let's.
November, December, January, that's right. It's meaningful to approach those because we have a limited capacity to address problems. Staff's short too, right? We have a limited, all right, so we have a limited capacity to do things right now, whether it's the directors or staff. We have urgent financial problems going on, and we can name them. There are two big problems: money and water, tied right together, and a rate schedule that can't provide any other relief. We have to get to October 1. But we can. I don't want to invest any energy in negotiating new salaries for people or asking for wages or anything like that right now. That is totally unproductive. It's like going and mowing the lawn while the house is on. You got a kitchen fire and you go mow the lawn. The lawn needs mowing. By God, it needs mowing. It needs watering too. You might fertilize it. But the kitchen's on fire. Your house is going to burn down. Put the kitchen fire out. That's the way I look at it from an analogy perspective. So that's all. I hear it. I hear you.
49's undoable for so many people. It's just undoable.
Oh my goodness.
You can't put up
All right. Yeah. I mean, we could put in the software, the penalties would go on there, but.
Well, I think somebody mentioned, I think Bill mentioned, or somebody mentioned, you did,
A line item.
make it a line item on the activity report.
But the trust issue is the issue. That's the issue.
You can put it in a line item and buy water with it.
and just be accountable every meeting.
Could you put it in as a line item with the
One way
restricted
to
use?
handle the situation is to, not go over the
It could be
29,
called a non-discretionary fund.
or whatever your variance is.
Right, well, in doing books, when you have a line item, you can put it as an unrestricted, where you could move it from place to place, but if you put it in as a line item, as a restricted line item, then you only get to use it for that unless
A board
it's
action.
unless it's brought before everybody and voted on. You can't just randomly, so like previously, when the other accounts have been moved without any hearsay, when it's a restricted line item, and I'm sure the gentleman who's a retired CPA can probably speak more to me than me, but if you have a restriction on it, it really does. And Cedric, I don't know you, this is my first time to a meeting, and I understand you're passionate about putting out the fire in the kitchen. However, but we
So go mow the lawn.
but we are also,
You would have water for a while.
yeah, so we're also trying to put out a fire in the kitchen, but when the trust is good, obviously the trust is gone. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to say, hey, can we put out the fire in the kitchen by working with this restriction, by taking, if we have to pay these penalties, our trust is obliterated right now. We have no trust in saying, what we promised, we really promised this time not to use it to pay out this or this. We promise, but when we can ask, can you put it in a restricted line item? It still goes in as a line item, but that means we can't pay out somebody. If we have to make payments to somebody to pay them out, I understand that it's money owed on the books. I get this. Contractually, when you owe somebody contractually, you have to pay them. But when you don't have the money and they have to take payments for it, they're obligated just to wait for it, or they can go in small claims court, but It'd be a
problem is-
line item with a restriction is what my question
The
is.
problem is that the water is paid for through our funds, all our funds, right? So if someone goes over, then it's taking, it's not just their own issue, it's the issue for the whole district. So
Yes.
that's why it was written that way, that it basically, the penalty money, it's really at the discretion of what we need, where we need it at the time. So if you're using a general fund to pay for all these different things, right, we're buying the water, we're doing this, we're doing that, we're gonna buy water from the other places for water credits. I just don't see how overusers could then say, well, someone could put it this way, why do they get to dictate where that money goes? They've overused, they've taken water that was for everybody, and now it's gotta go into a certain fund to buy more water.
Not only that, they overdid it, and even unless you're at one of the higher tiers, the penalty, it's not even gonna cover the cost of the water.
So
Well,
what I was
if it's 20,
proposing,
it's $600.
Well, if you get high enough, you will. Yeah, you get high enough.
I mean,
But at
it's
the
like,
average-
but my point is, I'll pay the drought, the 93, I'll pay the higher rate. I'm not saying that we don't need a raise. I'm just saying there's a lot of misuse, and when you have 70% on your wages and all that, no offense, Bill, but you know, this is how it is, you're upside down. We're all cutting, I'm usually using 710 cubic feet right now. We have a pond that every year, they come in and they take water out for fire control. Do we not, Erwin Fust and Mrs. Turner? We have fires out here. I had 4-Hers in 2019, we lost everything. It was really sad. They took water out of our ponds. They can't even dip a bucket up right now. So we're just trying to cut back, and I understand that, but if we go over, the misuse is just unreal right now.
Did you go for a variance? Did you put in for a variance? You will?
They're in the process,
Okay.
yes.
I put one in today, she refused to stamp it, she said
Good,
there
but,
is gonna be
you
no
know, somebody's
water.
been using 700 units a month, I mean, you're gonna have to have a variance. You're gonna have to cut back some, obviously.
Well, I
You know,
cut back to
but you're gonna have to have
29
a
or
variance
28
too.
right now, yeah,
And
I
that
cut way
can
back.
be.
But your office, they refused to stamp mine today.
No,
when I
no,
dropped
I
off.
didn't. I helped you and I did not refuse to stamp it.
You didn't stamp it.
I stamped it and it is in the folder to
But
be
what did you
reviewed.
tell me when I walked in to
I
get it
told
to
you to be perfectly honest with you
Yes.
that the variances might not get approved because there is no extra water. I was being honest with you.
Right, so you.
So is that the case?
So the variance is.
Well, we
don't have any extra water.
We overdrew.
So in other words, we're
So
just wasting our time.
we shouldn't wait, we shouldn't determine. Because if you wanted money tonight for acre feet, I would be one of those that would pay for it
So
right now.
we're moving on to the variance instead of
Yeah,
talking
we
about
can-
the other.
Hey, sounds like.
Thank you.
Thank you, whoever did that. Everybody hold it down, everybody. Dave, go ahead.
Thank you. I've heard that suggestion come up twice. How much is an acre foot? How much is it right now? When we're buying from 1900?
The water we're buying now is about, probably, I'm not quite sure, but it's about $500 an acre.
Okay, I'll buy 3.
Yeah.
3 acres for $1,500.
Well, we don't know we can do it, that's the
But
thing.
look, she will do it.
Here we go, so why?
I heard a guy up here do that, was ready to do it.
Because we're all going over, I
She'll
went
do
on
it.
that and thank you guys.
I have to check in that.
We have checked into it, it's basically been deemed by legal counsel as not equitable to all of the customers, so we cannot move
Oh,
forward.
we're the ones paying the money.
That's what we're told.
No.
You want us to start, listen, you want us to start doing things right.
Right.
You should have legal counsel involved years ago in this whole
You
matter.
know what's gonna happen if we keep doing it your way?
Not my way. You have the state of California law.
Yeah, I understand that, but been out here for 33 years, and I don't mind paying the extra money for the water for my fire suppression on the house that I own.
Yes, but if you overuse, and then you were given a process, this is what the lawyer basically said. I wish he was, we didn't ask her to be here tonight, but basically, then you are getting a loophole, if you will, out of the penalty process by going through that.
You don't have to have a penalty.
It has not been done before, and
Enough people buying that water for you, I'll write you a check tomorrow. And a lot of other people will write you a check tomorrow. You got the money to go pay cash for your water.
We're looking to raise $250,000 by the end of the week. If you can get you and all your neighbors together to make a big donation to the district, we can buy this ready water. I know, it's not realistic. It's not realistic. It's not realistic to go down that path.
I cannot believe that. And then.
I couldn't believe it either. I thought it was a great idea.
All right, so the thing is, it's gotta be equitable to the people that can't afford the water. So you make a policy in your thing there, that those people can submit for variance on the bill.
you can't do that. That's called subsidizing the low-income person. You cannot do it with somebody else's money. You have to do it with another income stream.
We'd love to be able to, but we can't.
We've been looking into that for a while now.
We already.
Really frustrating. It's super frustrating.
But this situation's not yesterday's problem, it's a 10-year problem.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
Yeah.
10-year problem.
This district voted down a water rate in 2018.
No.
Correct.
2019.
Voted it down. Woo!
Thank you. $500 a month is
No, that wasn't the RCAC one. It wasn't the RCAC
Oh,
one.
no, that was the one
It
before.
was the one before, that's
No,
right.
we didn't vote it down, what this board did, we had, I remember very well, some of you might have remembered too, a big meeting over at the, school, at the elementary, gym there, and it was a Prop 218 hearing, and it was brought to our attention before the meeting, actually, during the 45 days, that when we had a young man here who did the rate study, and I think some of you may remember him, Rick was his name, and he left some things out of it. He was not a numbers guy to begin with, and he left some things out of it, and so we heard from people at that hearing saying, you can't adopt this because it's not fair, because the costs that were in the rate study were not correct. And so what we did is we said, okay, we will not adopt this. We will go out and farm out with some company, somebody to do a rate study. And we did a rate study with RCAC, and look what they came back with. That was in 2018. We had the Prop 218 hearing in 2019, 19 or 20?
So 19
and 20, and people rightfully voted that down. And now, that's when we formed the CAC, the Community Advisory Committee, and went through a whole thing, listened to everybody in the district, got their ideas, and came up with a rate structure that is now going to be looked at and voted on August 30th.
So to answer your question, here's what was said. Those without the resources to buy water may find it unfair that some customers can essentially buy their way out of paying the fines adopted by the board in the drought penalty ordinance, while others without the resources have to either abide by the restrictions, incur penalties they cannot pay, or request a variance that may be denied, basically because there's no water left. So that's where it was this toss-up as to legally what would be the safest route for the district, and it was to avoid the whole selling of water. Unless we could find some case law, and she looked for case law, she couldn't find this particular issue being safe. So I don't know what else to tell you. That's what we were given.
So let's.
Common sense makes sense to me. It makes sense to do that. It does. But then all these, just like any other organization, you know how all these laws have come in, all
Buy
these.
1 acre foot and donate it for the other people, that's equal.
Well, we can't do anything about that.
Then she
What
basically.
we're doing right now, going to a bank at this point.
Yeah,
what are you gonna get?
she basically said, then if everybody's gonna cover it, then you put it into a drought rate. So everybody pays 93 cents, $1.38, whatever it was. And everybody pays that, and so it's spread out fairly. But we have to do a Prop 218 45-day process to do that. And that's where we're back to this whole September 1, initiating that rate, and then October 1 actually having the money from it.
So how are we raising money?
And by the way, the rate schedule that the CAC came up with is, I think, very fair.
So in terms of the item we're on, which is discussing options for ensuring CCCSD does not violate its bureau contract without purchasing additional water, the motion to adjust the drought penalty, well, we haven't had a motion, but the only option I heard was making the drought.
That's the option you get, right?
Yeah. I know, I'm not, just throwing it out there. Some of you guys feel me. There's a lot of people in this, that aren't in this meeting though, I suspect. There may be like 1,500 to 1,600 customers that would be going, get that ordinance, that violation in place now. Do not, absolutely. Yeah, because it protects us as, they're not ag, they're using 20 HCF. They don't understand why we're gonna go into further extreme debt, $250,000 more dollars.
So you're
Because
telling me that you told everybody that they were gonna get a $50 fine, or they were gonna get a letter and a $50 fine, and now you wanna just go ahead and boom, hit the $1,000 fine or whatever the fine is now?
I'm throwing that out as an option. I don't think
No,
it's being
no.
I don't think it's being well
No,
received.
you cannot
I didn't
do
expect
that.
your
Ordinance is
You
written.
can't, come on, the ordinance already stated, you cannot change the ordinance.
So,
It was an idea, it was an idea.
Yeah, no, no.
so we're kind of.
Some people would think it's a good idea.
So we're kind of in a conundrum here.
By the way, the ordinance is in place right now. Correct.
So
there's no other options.
All right, can I speak from
The
a...
only
So the problem we have is that for those of you who want to pull the trigger on a penalty tonight or the next near future, did you guys receive the newsletter with this announcement?
Yes.
So now we're telling everybody that basically you have another month.
Correct.
Yes.
Right? So then how would we undo that if we're gonna
You cannot.
start the penalties?
You take our money by water.
The ordinance itself.
Yeah.
We just do an emergency meeting and change it.
Take our money by water.
But that's my question.
None of us are gonna use the full amount, it's not gonna hurt the district, there's gonna be plenty of
So we've been
extra
kinda-
surface water for everybody.
Correct. I'm like with him. You know, we've been kind of talking about this for a while. For those that can, if we rally to the, you know, for the community to save ourselves, you know, we're just asking that there's on the board and the district's part, accountability to how much you received and that you show us how you spent it. That's all I think we're really asking. And I'm like with Dave, he's my neighbor. I'll give you some money. I think there's a lot of people in here will give you money. And I think we can, I'm serious. We know the community well. I think the problem you guys haven't done is ask the community to invest in themselves. They do not want their district to go back to the, or to go to the state, not go back, but they do not want that to happen. They need to know for sure that, you know, you can help salvage this, but we also need you guys to tell us, you're going to show us proof, monthly, how much money you collected, whether it's fines, whether it's donations, whatever you want to call it, what is legal for you, and show us how you spent it.
How do you propose we show that to you?
It is a financial report that you should be able to give us every 30 days.
We have one every month.
Most,
No, you don't, that's the first one.
but every 30 days, at least every 45 days, any good business has one, right?
And a budget.
And we're asking you to show us where the money's being used.
I'm like with Dave, we could get up on the corner with picket signs and say to everybody, we need your support.
Right now,
Start dropping your checks in the box.
That's-
Because we could get 100, 550, 25, get what we can get. But going to get loans when we are already so far in debt, any real sensible person would not go into debt if you can't pay it back. We know we have to buy water because we need it now. There's no denying it. So we gotta stop acting like we cannot do something. We need to get the money.
So I'm hearing you say that if you have a line item that shows where the penalties are going, if there's a transfer out, it shows where that's going, right? Or you can look over and see if it was,
And we're going to
6,000.
trust you guys as the new board and some of you new members and whoever's involved with running the district. We're going to have to start trusting you to tell us the truth, straight up.
Transparency.
And provide us the information.
I heard people say they wanted it to be a trust fund. That's different to
I
me.
think, the trust fund is going to be very
That was a-
complicated.
yeah, that was an
I know what she was thinking, but it's
I
gonna be
think,
too
yeah.
complicated. And it won't be quick enough.
I like the line.
You need the money
Yes.
right now. And you know, in the next week, you can start getting people to show up at the firehouse, at the stores, at the corner. You start telling people, we need to start investing in ourselves. Whatever you've got to give, give.
That's doable.
Very doable. It just takes community effort.
Can I say something here?
We'll be out there.
Let me point out, you know, we've been talking about this, the violations that's in the ordinance, and I guess the problem that was in the newsletter.
Yeah, you want to read it to you?
Yeah, read to me.
But the point is, though, that we passed this ordinance, and it says in the ordinance when it goes into effect.
Yeah, but listen to this.
But
Listen.
that wasn't passed.
All right. So I'm gonna read this out loud if you guys want me to. Those who haven't heard it, you'll see it. The Board of Directors of Clear Creek CSD have given all customers of the water district an allotment of 29 usage units per month per household until the end of the water year, which is February 28, 2022. This breaks down to an average of about 700 gallons a day. A usage of 29 equals 2,900 cubic feet, 21,692 gallons of water. That's quite a bit of water. A normal household of 2 with a couple of pets typically uses between 2 to 4 usage/units a month, and a household of 6 with pets typically uses between 8 to 10 usage/units a month. We are allowed to use 29. For those customers who feel they sincerely need more water, not for your lawn, garden, or pool, you can pick up a variance form from the office. These must be returned immediately. There are no penalties on the bill this month, but if you went over your allotment, you have received a letter advising you as such. It is suggested that you watch your meter and keep track of your usage in order to stay in compliance with the restrictions put in place, or penalties will occur. The penalties will be put in place on your September billing. That is for water being used right now until August 17, 2021. If you have questions on how to read your meter, please contact us. The penalties are still in discussion because they were not billable the way that they were put in place. As soon as we get the final say from the Board of Directors, we will post the penalties on the website. There are 28 days in most of the months billing periods. Only between October to November, December to January is there 34 days. Those are cooler months, so we should be okay. So September, from now until August 17 is what this gave me the indicator as a customer, that I basically wouldn't see the whole tier penalty thing until I got to my September bill. Is that how you read it?
Yes.
But that's not the way, that's not what we passed. That's not the motion. And that's not the ordinance.
Actually, the correct opinion is because what you guys said was, after the meter reading in July, from that point forward, if you went over the 29, that's when the fee and the letter was going to go into effect. So when we talked about it, it wasn't even gonna help you guys until September.
That's right. That's what you said.
You weren't gonna receive a fee in July. You were gonna be noticed that you're in violation in July.
You said.
And then in August, you would get the.
I heard you clearly.
And then it's only a
You
50.
said, after the meters were read with July's meter reading, moving forward, that's when those penalties and that 29 was going into effect. That's exactly
Yeah,
what you
July
said.
to August.
Right.
July,
It was a
August.
warning letter.
Warning on July, you're noticed you're over, you get your one, listen, it's the soft, even under this, the way we passed it,
Sure.
it's very reasonable, in my opinion. there was a pink notice that went out, there was a notice that we're gonna have the drought penalty, meeting and the ordinance thing. 2 meetings. And so everyone was made aware of this adequately. Any responsible person knows what the hell's going on. And then, during the meeting, we went with a $50 initial fee, initial penalty for violation number 1, which was, in our estimation, was supposed to be the July billing. People said, whoa, 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 whoa. There's not.
That's illegal.
Listen. So, the audience made it clear, as you're doing now, that's not legal to make the penalty, the cost of the $50 in July, but the violation, the notice of violation is there.
So then you mentioned your ordinance, so then your
No, you
ordinance
said
is
you were gonna give
invalid.
out an additional warning for the July billing, and then the $50 goes on the next. That's in the minutes, that's what happened. You can't give us a fine or anything on 8 days for a billing cycle. That's ex post facto. It's illegal.
Unfortunately, by the
Yeah,
time
because
you
the amount
guys
of
discussed it in
penalty
the
can be
middle
added
of
to
July.
Yeah, in the middle of July.
And then by the time it's put out,
The next water bill will be your current billing cycle.
Hammer.
Yes. 17.
You're right, Alice, practically speaking,
It is.
this is the first newsletter.
it was impossible. You guys met in the middle of July. By the time you told people what your plans were, you said repetitively in that meeting, maybe you might slightly disagree with what you said or what you thought it was gonna, how it was gonna work out. But by the time we got our meters read, and we all talked about it was gonna be 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, whatever. So once those meters were read, moving forward, the 29 was 100% in effect, and you were gonna get the letter if you went over, and you were gonna get the first 50, and you were gonna start incurring the fees.
In
And you
August.
just said,
You said it 2 meetings.
it'll be your
In
August
August.
billing, basically, yeah. But by the time you get that money, it's September. Right.
So we are on the, it's not,
Everything is,
That's why we're-
it's from July's meter reading, so it's through August, and you will not receive those fees or fines until September.
Just take the money from us and you don't have to worry about
I
it.
think you should figure out how to pay the money.
that's all I care about. I just don't want to blow through all the water and go bankrupt between now and October. I don't really want it.
But you're really leaving your WIN Act, which is 250, and the other 250 from the city of Reading for the 500 that you talked about. If you guys had just reached out to your community and said, we need to do that as quick as possible, you realize it's like $200 for, your 2,300 people that are getting metered water, right?
We need to move on. Anyway.
Good discussion.
Can I ask for a clarification on that?
Variance process.
So what you're saying is the water we're using right now is subject to a fine or a penalty if we go over. But the first penalty is only $50. If you use 30, it's 50. If you use 300, it's 50. And then the next month it goes, is that correct?
Yes. So, if you know that the district is blown through 500 the month before, and you know the district doesn't have the money to pay for the water, and you know that if we draw too much surface water, we lose our bureau contract, we are set ourselves up to fail. And so what I'm sharing with you all is, that is abundantly clear to me. As a property owner in Happy Valley, it's abundantly clear that we're about to screw up our arrangement with the Bureau and go bankrupt, lose our Bureau contract. If I was sitting out there, I would be going, do you guys realize what corner we painted us in? Give the board the authority to pump the brakes on the water. We don't have the money or the ability to stay whole. Otherwise, you can shake your head. When this thing falls apart and your property goes to shiny crickets and you can't even sell it.
It already has.
Okay, so you're burning everyone up anyway. I guess it's going over your head. All right, that's fine.
You can't go back on what you said.
That's fine. That's fine.
Everybody.
But you're
That's fine.
We're gonna go on to the next.
Yeah.
So I have a question really
staff, I don't know who.
Okay, well, I wanna know who. I wanna know who wrote it.
Who what?
Who wrote that newsletter? It wasn't you two.
It was Skip.
No, it wasn't.
But you guys really do need to put a banner coming in both directions into the valley. Because we've done the letters, we've done the billing. I mean, you might not like it, but those banners are probably not gonna cost you much money. You're gonna reach every single person who comes in and out of this valley that we have a serious problem. You have to reach more people every single day.
Yeah, feel free to volunteer.
Yeah, that'd be
And
great.
you know, find out how much they cost, and we'll get the money together and get them out.
That'd be great. We should get the volunteer fire department to hang them.
The phone company.
Okay, okay. That's great.
Yeah, put a banner.
For donations.
Just like we do with us,
I'd like to make one comment. In 1965, we had
Let
two
us, who's gonna
entities.
sue us?
We had lots of money. The one to buy our water district. If we ever got our water district for sale, we'd have it.
Yeah.
I have a question regarding everything that's been said tonight. Okay, you guys have taken a lot of hits, and I understand that. There's been a lot of, the history, we can't do the blame game anymore, that's over with. Our problem has been the dissension on the board. Most of it's cleaned up, but it's not cleaned up totally, okay, so I'm not gonna throw that right now. I wanna know, we've made suggestions on what possibilities we can to go get money, or to who to contact or what. Now, at the last meeting, I asked, who's in charge? And the gentleman there, Cedric, I think he said, he pointed to me, and he said, you guys. Okay, I can't, I relied on what you said, going home, turning on a spigot, having all these years. I didn't get involved in the board. I didn't care, I don't have time. Okay, now I'm involved. And the more I come, the more pissed off I'm getting. Okay, just like everybody else. I don't like to see this dissension personally. I don't want to come to these meetings. It doesn't make me happy. So, we have to straighten the board out, first of all. Okay, I want to make that clear. Secondly, we need somebody on the board that's in charge. So far tonight, you've carried the load, and I appreciate it. You also were the one that put the CAC together, the community advisory. I saw the paperwork that you put together. I commend you for that. The people I talked to, your name kept coming up. Nobody else on the board. So now we have a problem. We know there's water and money problems. Who is going to be in charge on the board that's going to go out and solicit the money and get something done? Since we really don't have a director up there that's willing to do that. Who's gonna go out and do the work and try to promote some of these ideas that are given to you tonight? Who's gonna do that?
I think that in terms of raising money from the community, since that appears to be a more favored option to loosen the noose around our financial neck in terms of getting to October 1, where the revenue stream improves, I think that it would be more effective if people, I mean, maybe we just form a committee right now of people that are gonna go raise cash, and we'll get a specific bank account that you guys can deposit donations to water purchases for, and it goes into an account there for that end.
That's what we elected board members to do.
Well,
they gotta have hope.
I know board members more of an advisory capacity.
We want us to unbury you from this mess, it's gonna take us another couple of years.
Sorry.
So.
Yeah, we gotta get to October, so the finances to October. No, we're gonna explore what's available, and it'll be obvious how much we can buy. It'd be nice to buy 700 acre feet. I don't know if we can afford that. Certainly, if there was a really dynamic group of property owners that can raise funds, collect it in your own bank account, and just let us know that you were successful and have X amount in a bank account for a particular water purchase. That's being proactive, but, I'm not gonna go out and beat the bushes to go raise money for that, I mean, I wouldn't be effective at it. So I think that others here could be more effective. I mean, just to be honest with you, staff doesn't have the time. I mean, I don't know, I mean, yeah, there's just.
If we do.
That's fine, but somebody's gotta do it, who's gonna do it?
Could I make a statement here?
Please.
The board, under ideal situations, the board is here to set policy for the district based upon what people in the district would like. And then that policy then, under normal circumstances, is carried out by the general manager and the staff. Well, we don't have a general manager right now, and we are going to be talking this evening a little bit about perhaps having Bill take on some of those jobs in the interim until we do get a general manager. So there's nobody on the board here that.
Is Bill willing to do that job?
Please let me talk.
Yeah, but is Bill willing to do that job?
There's nobody on the board here that can go out and do the job because, like, for instance, I have a day job. I gotta work my day job. So when do I go out and do that? I can't do
So
that.
who are we gonna get to do it?
So it's up to the general manager, but at the moment, we don't have one. So that is the next step. After we get the money, we get the water, we get bookkeeper, we get a general manager, and we get on this program to get things going. We can't do all of this tomorrow. It ain't gonna happen tomorrow. Let's face it, folks, it isn't gonna happen tomorrow.
It's on my list of things to do, to keep looking into how we can borrow money out of our, OPEB fund, call the McConnell Foundation, call the banks.
Yeah.
Keep in communication with Knights Landing.
So my
And
question.
Bill can do some of that, but keep in mind, Bill is the main operator of the treatment plant. His job as a T5 certified, T5 operator, he's certified to operate that complex treatment plant. That's his main job. Now, we're gonna ask him to take on a few other things as well, until we get a general manager. So we're gonna have to kind of hold back a little bit, folks. We can't do it all tomorrow, but we wanna get it done. I wanna get it done. I wanna get back on track again and get this thing going. Everybody on this board wants to do that, I'm sure of that, but it just takes a little bit of time. I agree with you, but it takes a little bit of time. I'm not gonna go out and go to the McConnell Foundation. I got a job.
We don't have the authority to do it.
And I don't have the authority, and plus the board would give me the authority, that's a good point. And I'm not gonna ask the board for authority to do that.
You can go canvas with donations.
Oh, I can go, yeah, sure. I'm not a fundraiser, I'm sorry, I never have been.
Okay, last question and we need to get on.
Yes, please.
So if I have $100,000 and you guys are looking for a loan and I wanted to loan it to you, what's the return on my investment?
Well, we'd have to sit down and work that out, wouldn't we?
We'd hope you'd be gentle on us.
Yeah.
What if I wasn't?
I don't know, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, I don't know.
Well, that's subject to a negotiation, and believe me, that's another thing too. Because the way the situation works with California law, we can't sit here and negotiate with that gentleman for a loan. That's a closed session item.
Sorry?
Absolutely.
We'd have to go into closed session and think about whatever you're proposing.
That's right.
Because if I'm gonna sell the farm, I might as well sell it to someone and get some investment out of it.
Yeah, I do that out there, I didn't really explore it in my head very hard, but I just figured, well, maybe there's someone out there, you know, it's a short-term thing, in theory, you know, I don't know how long.
Worth exploring.
The district needs, because we don't have the finances.
If I'm not making money on olives, I might as well make money somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah,
But
it's not a,
if you're of an interest to do that, then perhaps there's some way that we can get together
You might be original.
and talk to you about that, but it ultimately will come to the board in a closed session, because it has to be.
Okay.
Could I circle back about the line item? Could that be just something that you guys talk about in the closed session in regards to building up the trust?
I didn't hear you, ma'am.
In regards to if somebody does spearhead bringing up donations and it is turned into the district, can we be given at least the not guarantee, but that it'll be a line item, that it's
Yeah.
going to be completely separate, that you guys, the board and the district, and I'm looking at you, Bill, because you're the district right now, that the board and the district, they have some responsibility to people who are making the donations to try to get the water purchase. We want just as much as you want. Cedric,
Like a direct payment for
you're
water.
passionate about it. We get that. We all want the water too. We all know that we have to reduce. I think everybody in this room is reducing their water use. We get it. We really get it. We do. We're trying to help come up with a solution too. And for us to turn in the money, as long as we have some type of accountability.
Yeah.
As long as we can see, hey, we turned in, even if it's a couple $1,000, that'll help buy something.
Directly to, say, a City of Reading payment, that's due January 30th, 20.
Or even toward more water that's due.
As long as you tell us
As long as it's
how you
toward a
spend it.
water purchase.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I think that's completely reasonable, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, free money,
Would you feel more comfortable if we made a motion and put it into the minutes? Is that what you?
I guess that's what I was looking for, was for a motion to put in a restricted line item for any donation.
I'm sorry, can you guys stop talking so I can hear if a motion's gonna be made?
But I heard you say a restricted, but then I heard others people say an account of like a line where it's going to, and then we show.
So the restricted, well, it would be like a restricted, I could be misspeaking, a restricted line item, how I understand it in my capacity, is that the monies in that line item can be used toward a specific, so you can't pull it towards paying salary, you can't use it toward paying workers' comp. You could use it to pay toward purchase of water.
We don't know what our needs are gonna be, so I would go with what Alice was saying, which is basically having, I think, try and understand you correctly, a line item in the monthly report that shows penalties and fees incurred through the drought ordinance. And if there's a transfer, it kind of, I mean, you'd have to look for the transfer like any other report, right? But it would show the transfers out, all of that in these separate lines.
Even if you get to the fine phase, you should be doing that anyhow. Because I just did some really basic math. If you have 2,300 residents and 50% of them have a fine of $50, it's $60,000.
Yeah.
I wanna know how you spent that $60,000. Did it go because we had to pay the water charges? Did it go because we had, whatever? It should have been happening anyhow. And then you wouldn't have this mistrust. So if you can assure us that's what you're gonna do, I think you're going to leap forward hugely, more than anything you could do here
And
tonight.
normally, we would just give direction to the manager and say, put that as line item. We wouldn't have to make a motion.
Correct.
But if you're saying you feel more comfortable with making a motion, then that's not a big deal. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right, so I make a motion that all fines and penalties related to the drought ordinance, all fines and penalties related to the drought ordinance are put as a separate line item in the monthly activity report. Is that what you have in mind?
Correct.
So all penalties and fines associated with the drought ordinance, or drought penalty ordinance, or however you want to call it, drought ordinance, are put as a separate line item in the monthly activity report.
How about donations?
How about donations?
You want donations mixed in there too, or do you want those separate?
If you have the ability to do separate, it should be separate, because I think it's important to show the community
Where the
how many
penalties are,
people
where the donations are?
will
Is that
step
what you
up, or maybe more will step up. I mean, you really have to kind of like have some faith in
So
the
then,
community.
then that would be a separate line, which would be water purchase donations, right? Is that what you have in mind?
However you spend it.
That would be separate, yes, that's a different.
So, All right.
No, that wouldn't do. It's not restricted, so it's not restricted, so you would only need the income line
Go back to
items.
the first one again.
So the first motion is the all the penalties and fines associated with the drought ordinance.
Please. Hey, in the back there, would you pay attention, please?
You're not talking.
Good.
I'm sorry, I saw her speaking with you.
Okay, well,
Yeah, about your
come on, we're trying
Okay,
to, come on, we're trying to do something here.
We're
in school, now. Okay.
All right, what is the motion?
I'm writing it down so I have a record.
Okay.
Okay.
All penalties and fines associated with the drought ordinance will be placed as a separate line item on the monthly activity report.
I'll second that.
So I have a question.
Any further
There's,
discussion?
yeah, a fair person in this.
In Bill's capacity, the current job that he does for the district, is it even a remote possibility that you can intern slightly do the management position till the end of the year? Is it something that is feasible and possible to help save the district some
That's a
funds?
closed session, we really can't
It's
pass.
on the agenda.
I'm just asking him his job
It's
can
on the
allow him to do that with the load of stuff he has to do. Only he knows that.
I didn't hear what you
If
said.
I'm allowed to answer that, yeah, I can take on more, I mean, I'm doing a lot of stuff now, just making it happen.
And you've already been doing it.
Yes.
And you've been doing a great job.
Thank you.
You're showing up, you're taking the heat, you know, you're giving people answers, you're being as clear and honest as possible, and you need to be given credit for that.
And you should thank Kristen too.
Let's
Oh,
take this.
Okay, so,
Sorry.
can we vote on that?
Unless there's a question on that idea, is there any? All right.
Save you some money.
Aye.
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 Okay,
Next motion
next
is,
motion.
that's number one. Number two, that all, okay, we can come on. Water purchase donations be placed in a trust account or reserve. You guys use reserve, right?
Reserve.
Restricted reserve, I saw restricted back there, whatever. No, not just a reserve account, it's a trust account, it has to be used for that. Restricted, restricted,
no trust.
Maybe the accountant could help us with that.
The verbiage of the verbiage.
I'm just looking back there on this page. Trust restricted,
Double restricted.
A water purchase reserve.
all water purchase donations will be placed in a restricted account
For the express.
and only used for those purposes unless,
What purpose?
because if you have an emergency and you're going, and you're basically under in a month, that's called an emergency. It would take another meeting, a public meeting, that would be the only option that we would have, like a last resort.
That's a little sticky.
Are you guys okay with the last resort? Like if people put money in there, the whole district's going under next month, and that's the only source of income we have. With a public meeting, we basically revisit it.
At a public meeting, you would read.
That would be an extreme.
Unless revisited in an emergency situation, something like that?
Yeah.
So all water purchases, all water purchase donations will be placed in a restricted account and only used for those purposes unless revisited at an emergency meeting, right?
Emergency public hearing.
I'd like to address the whole issue here. The first thing is, we were talking about going and saying, asking individual customers to do just a donation.
Yeah.
And then we got another water donation, and I mean, you're talking apples and oranges, if I can, setting up one account for donations is fine. Trying to restrict it is realistically, it's not a very good thing to even try to do. If you are going to say, well, only goes to water purchases, money is fungible. If you say, this only goes to water purchases, and they just throw it at the water purchases account and spend the other money where it needs to be spent. It doesn't affect the overall spending at all. The salaries are gonna stay the same, supplies are gonna stay the same, everything stays the same. So trying to restrict it doesn't even accomplish anything.
You know what's next though is a small savings account for maybe future times like this, when you have future water purposes, which I hope we never have this.
Well, and the other
Well,
issue is
don't
that
you- they
part
have
of
to
the
be
problem that
accountable?
we have, the financial issue, is because of water that's already been purchased.
Okay.
So, like I said, restricting it to purchases of water going
And I
forward,
agree with him.
or water
because-
only,
So
doesn't help the situation.
how would you reword that motion?
I just say identify just identify the donations.
So all
Same
water,
as your previous one.
okay. So all water purchases all water purchase donations will be placed in,
Account.
Like I said, same as your previous one.
Line item.
Places a separate
Identified
line
as a line item.
So, do we have to say emergency or drought water? Or if it just says water purchases, can you just turn around and spend it on Bureau of Reclamation?
It all comes from the Bureau of Reclamation.
Not necessarily in a drought purchase.
So we
Yeah.
just need places.
All that water comes from the Bureau of Reclamation.
I'm writing it down here.
We may buy it from the city of Reading, but it comes from the Bureau of Reclamation.
Right, but if we say that it is just for water purchases, you could turn around and use that in any year. So it's not just meant for, is it meant for just in drought purposes? Or is it at any time, can you just draw from that if you're short
Good point.
to buy water?
Yeah, good point.
So what are you suggesting, Beverly?
Drought years.
Yeah.
What is it? The reality is.
We should only be in the situation in drought here.
So you'd say all drought year.
Never be in this situation again.
Never.
Once we get rolling.
It should be all donations
Yeah,
We won't.
to be used for water purchasing during drought years.
This is necessary, so second.
I would check with legal before you accept that, because if it's that heavily restricted, you probably can't accept it as a donation.
For the
And
most
it's no
part,
longer a donation, it's a restricted.
for the most part, we ask them not so much restricted as I ask them to make sure that they are clear to how much they collected and how the money was spent.
Accountability.
That's all we ever.
We want the
ask is
transparency
how
and the
we spend the money.
Okay. So all water purchase donations will be placed as a separate line item on the monthly activity report. Is that what?
And how it's spent.
Well, that's the monthly activity report.
All water purchase donations will be placed as a separate line item on the monthly activity report.
Yeah, but what that means is that you'll collect it, but in order to spend it, it would have to come back for a vote of the board.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
Well, and it also needs to be reflected in the general ledger, because then you can check, it comes in, it's assigned to that particular line item in the activity report, but it can then, you can tell where it went. Right? I mean, but that goes, kind of goes without saying.
Well, yeah, but that's not the way you proposed the motion. The motion was just that once you collect it, you put it in a separate account. But you're not talking about spending everything.
We have to vote to buy any water anyway, so it's gonna have to come back to a public meeting for that anyway, right?
Yes.
So customers can see month by month that it's coming in, then there's a meeting call that's on the agenda, and then they see that we discussed it, and
See that's
where the money is being
that money was,
used,
yeah.
right?
Like for January 30th, Reading purchase window. Yeah. Spend.
So my motion is that all water purchase donations will be placed as a separate line item on the monthly activity report.
Yeah, I'll second that.
All those in favor?
How's that, just to do a little more discussion, how then is the rest of what you suggested gonna be fulfilled, that there's a 30-day notice and then we buy the water? I mean, we're talking about using the water for debts we have incurred and will occur in the near future, right?
Correct.
So there's no more meetings of whether or not
Correct.
the water, that debt's sitting there.
This doesn't address that, this is just.
That just
Yeah,
address,
go ahead.
that address the income.
As I see it, and forgive me if I'm not right at this, but as I see it, you'll collect money and keep it in a separate line item. It'll be identified as for future purchases of drought, in a drought. And then when an issue comes before the board to purchase
Future
water,
purchases, we're already in the hole. We're about to be further in the hole.
No.
Future payments, future payments.
So that,
Because we're gonna make our payment in January.
Let me finish my thought here. When it becomes necessary in a future drought to purchase water from the city of Reading, from Donald Foundation, or from whomever, then the vote to purchase that water will include paying for it with that amount.
No, my vision is these donations are gonna be paying for debt we have accrued and will accrue in the very near future.
Bingo.
Regarding water.
Regarding the city of Reading water, we can't pay for it right now, we have to somehow get to January 30th and come up with the $250,000 to pay for it.
4 months or 5 months to drive to get that money to pay it before February.
$50K
Sure,
a month.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you don't wait till February.
Yeah, it's not so for some future drought, it's much
We're
further
gonna
than
get out there and get you that money.
We won't have that problem.
But you're gonna promise me you're gonna show me how you're spending it. Cause that's how I'm gonna sell it.
Yeah, so they're gonna be placed in this, that goes back to the restricted item of a donation, I have no idea.
Well, legal will help you out if you can or can't.
I wouldn't put the word restricted.
Yeah.
And see, that's it. It's,
So money that
we're
comes,
gonna have penalties.
money that comes in will go to that line, you'll see it. And then we get the bill from the city of Reading, it's gonna come out of there, we get the bill from Night Signing, it's gonna come out of there.
You can just say, you can tag on the end of that, and will be used to pay off.
No.
Just
Because that's a restriction that you don't want.
I mean, that's what it's for.
All right.
The minutes should reflect it.
Yeah, why don't you read that back?
I'll find it. Okay, all water purchase donations will be placed as a separate line item on the monthly activity report. Correct. And it was
Wait, say that again?
all water purchase donations will be placed as a separate line item on the monthly activity report.
Okay, that's what I was saying.
Aye.
Have we all?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay?
Pass.
So get us some money, please.
Merry Christmas.
Wow.
Oh, we're not a 501(c)(3).
What's that?
We're not a 501(c)(3).
You are not a problem.
Well, after you guys talk to your lawyer, she's gonna let you know whether you can do this or not, so basically.
Certainly a
If
non.
she tells us no, then we'll
Yeah.
just do it anyway.
Wait, this is our district, so we wanna donate money, we should be allowed to donate money.
Great, yeah, who's gonna sue us, right? The person-
As long as you don't take us to
Can we move on to that, develop a workable variance process?
Right.
We need to do that,
There. I put it on that, I asked for this to go on the, agenda just because it's a sticky wicket and it needs some more thrashing. And it was abundantly clear that as a district, we realistically can't provide variances because we continue as a district collectively, some are doing great, some aren't, but we're going over the 180 acre foot. So, and delving significantly into surface water reserves that we haven't paid for. So the thought of providing a variance when that is going on seemed, at least in my view, I don't know what the other directors feel like, isn't a responsible thing to do. It just exacerbates the problem. So it seems like the first step in reaching a point where we can do a variance is the district has to demonstrate that it can get to 180 acre feet per month or thereabouts, right? We always thought that, we envisioned people throttling way back and only doing 150 acre feet. And then we'd have 30 acre feet to distribute as a variance. Or we could get down to 150 acre feet and we could do 30 acre feet and then some of the city of Reading water. But we didn't, collectively that didn't happen. We just blew through it, we just smoked them when we got them and they're all gone now. And so I'm not sure the circumstances, considering the pickle we're in. I mean, we'd have to get down to 180 acre feet usage, and then we'd have to be very careful how we use surface water to support a variance. And, you know, as a district member, just a general district member, if you're under 29 and you know that the water that you're giving out as a variance is costing the district at best 67 cents an HCF at best, until we get past August, there's no equity until August 30th, until people pay the cost of the water. It would just be, I truly think it would be terribly unfair for the customers that are staying under 29 to just say, yeah, we're gonna incur more debt for someone else's variance, no matter how legit, really. I mean, if you own the variance, it's dear to you, you can't understand why it's not happening or what have you, but we have, 60 or 70 people here during these meetings, but there's 2,500 households. I'm thinking, I bet you that 1,800 of them are staying under 29 HCF. And then to them, and giving away water at a 67 or larger loss wouldn't be palpable. So a workable variance proposal that I think makes sense is we get down to 180 acre feet. We secure some additional water to the extent to which that we can afford, I don't know. But then in September, if we can get to 180 acre feet in September with the new rates, then we can look at the water budget again and see how much we can dole out as a variance. Well, I don't know. Well, at that point, I don't know. Maybe I don't know what you do at that point. You got to throttle. You got to meter out how much water is available, because we don't know how big an appetite there's going to be for water. So we can't go no holds barred and say, okay, yeah, it's just this rate, go ahead on her, because we'll go through the 700 acre feet. We got to get to February next year. So is it 300? Is it 200 that we make available through the variance thing? It seems like we need to revisit this. I'm going on and on. Sorry. In September. In September, the rate proposal hopefully passes. We've somehow secured additional water. We demonstrated as it collectively that we can get to 180 acre feet. That kind of a thing before we start spending what we don't have. But if you have other ideas.
So my statement about that is, as I'm looking at just this little snapshot here and some other snapshots, I mean, most of us, our big use, maybe yours is a different month, but we're looking at what, June, July, August, right? Some of you.
And then taper.
Then it starts tapering down.
Right.
Eventually you get down
November,
to
December, January, February.
January, February, March, we're down to 141. April, 188, right? That was last year. So, I mean, if we go down in the winter months, what was was the lawyer's argument about not deferring it for a whole water year? Like if someone uses a lot and then they go down, 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 and they're not using so much those months, why couldn't it be
Credited.
credited?
Yeah, we talked about
Was there
that.
some reason why that was not accepted?
Because you're pumping it,
Oh, yeah.
okay, and the line's charged.
Yeah,
So they gotta
you're paying for it.
There's no
Yeah.
cheap water until February. So everything.
So I
we're
just don't
doing
see
is
us getting
expensive.
back down there historically until we get later on. And
But I think you're gonna see a huge drop in the next 2 weeks, because this is all becoming, people realize this is happening. The bills are starting to show up, and so you are gonna see a drop. Yeah, you kind of guys want results like right now, but this has only really been out to the public for like maybe less than 2 weeks. Even though you realize, the pink notice is kind of a, hey, I need to try to do your best to cut back. But now they know there's gonna be
yeah, it takes time.
I think Bill even said that it's starting to come down, right?
Yeah, well, the pink notice said we don't have any more surface water available. We have 425.
So I would use myself, I would be honest, in July this time last year, I used 145, I'm at 42. I'm doing my part. And I got 2 weeks to go, I'm probably gonna be a little bit over, but I've definitely cut it back.
So you're over 29 right now.
Yes,
And we don't have a penalty for you.
no, I'm gonna pay you $50 because I'm a good Samaritan, I'm gonna pay you that $50, I want you to have my $50.
As a donation.
As a donation.
I know the issue about the wells and all of that, but I'm just thinking clerically and managerially, what if, like, just like at the Bureau with us, we already pumped all that, we already got all that water out of Whiskey Town, we owe them water credits, basically.
I thought that came from City of Reading.
Yeah, I know, but we
Part of
have
it.
to purchase water from elsewhere to get water credits to basically, it's basically like a water credit situation, where we have to show a purchase of a certain amount of acre feet that we took from there. So I'm just wondering why we can't do that with our customers, where we get further down.
Right, because the animals are hot. We've had these triple digit
I know.
days. And when you have 50 goats to water, I
Three
stick my
gallons a day.
hand in the water bucket and it's hot.
You know,
So you have to bucket that out, put it on your plants, and then refill. So,
but was it a legal reason or was it just practically speaking?
So what exactly did the ordinance say in regards to the variance?
I can tell you that.
Okay.
The customers may request a variance. The district manager or his or her designee shall consider all requests and make a determination on a request no later than 14 calendar days after submittal. And then the decision of the district manager or his or her designee may be appealed to the board of directors within 10 calendar days of the date of action taken on the protest.
So we don't say anything about the 180 acre feet or having a reserve?
It says in the ordinance that you can't go over the 29.
No, but I mean, where it says extra, does it say the variance kicks in when we have extra water?
No, variance it's open-ended. If you feel that you need, as I read this,
Okay.
and I think everybody who reads it can see that,
So
if
maybe
you
that's.
feel that you need more water because you have a farm and you were used to using 700 units a month, and now you're only restricted to 29, obviously you're gonna need some more, so you apply for a variance and you support that variance with documentation. The general manager, the district manager, or his or her designee shall consider that request and either approve it or not.
Okay, so we had talked at several meetings that variance was only going to be allowed as if we had extra water. So we didn't put that in that ordinance, because I haven't read it again recently. So if we didn't do that, then it is open-ended.
It is open-ended.
So us to say there is no water,
There's
that's
no water.
but that's a misnomer.
We have 55 acre feet of surface water left.
But we
And then
didn't
it's all
put,
wells.
but if we didn't put it in that ordinance, we screwed up. If,
But you probably
What do you mean? We don't have to grant any ordinance, any variance. What do you mean we screwed up?
Yeah, if the variances, it would seem to me, let's say Bill is the acting administrator, and he designates somebody to be the one that is gonna, because that's what it says in here. Designate somebody to look at all variances. So that person then has in front of him or her a list of how many acre feet, or, pardon me, 100 cubic feet of water have been used in the month, how much is available to allow for variances, and then allots that to the number of variances that are requested.
But you don't have that in that ordinance about what's left over. So
Right.
it makes it just seem that anybody could request it regardless of how much water was being used. I thought that was in there, maybe it's just because we talked about
But
it.
here's the thing, let's say somebody uses 700 units a month, and they come in with a variance and say, I wanna use 700 units a month. That ain't gonna work, is it? I mean, so they're gonna get denied. Now, what they can do, according to the ordinance, is they can come to the board and ask the board to approve it. And the board probably would look at that and go, no, we can't do that. So maybe that person will go back and go, you know, maybe I can cut back a little bit, and maybe I can do this with, instead of 700 units a month, maybe I can do it with 200 units a month, and submit some variance for that. And if it can be done because of extra units being available, then that variance could possibly be approved. I don't know.
I think
you know,
technically you have what I want in here, okay? It says, whereas the district groundwater wells can supply approximately 100 acre feet per month to the district's 2,710 customers working at 100% capacity, which amounts to approximately 29 HCF per month per district customer for the remainder of the water year ending February 2022. So the 29 per month stretches all the way there. If they're not using 29 later on, why can't we then credit them later? That's what I want to know.
Because the wells can only produce 180.
Yeah, I understand that, but.
Yeah, it's based on the demand. So we
Because the
envision.
demand would be too high, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that, but billing wise, I'm talking about billing, away from demand, away from all that billing wise.
November,
If it's for a
December,
water
and
year.
January, there will be almost no water use.
Yeah.
Except you're gonna have to purchase surface water to cover the pond usage today. You can't run the well water back to
I
the
understand that.
plant.
I'm not talking about any, I'm talking about billing wise.
You're right on that, you're right on that.
Maybe there's an opportunity.
I'm talking about the enforcement of the penalties on our customers. Like when someone puts in they have a leak, right? And they send us this letter, and we get it in the board packet, and we have them come before us, and they give us their story, and we always deny it. Always deny the request, but then we put them on a payment plan, right? Why can't, I mean, we already have that, why don't we just do something similar with the penalties? If they get a big penalty in the summer, put it on a payment plan or something, or however you wanna word it, just some way to spread it out for the customers.
Yeah, you're mixing variances with penalties, but I'm with you on that.
Your teeth are your penalties, that's what your teeth are, I'm just saying, you spread it out, or you, what if I only use 3 units in 1 month, like way down there, if I'm an ag person, I get, I've never been an ag person, didn't qualify, but let's say I'm an ag person, I'm using 590 in the summer. I don't know, guys, how many of you guys go way down in the winter time and get below 29? Can any of you ag people get below 29 in the winter?
I use 3.
3, okay. So they use this huge
November,
amount.
December, January, February, I use 3 to 5.
But how much in the summer, right?
400, 500.
For a couple months?
Yeah.
3 months? 1,200 right there? So we had.
Well, it's obvious that
Yeah,
that's not gonna work with 180.
It wouldn't work with 29, yeah.
Did someone total up the total HCF requested in this last round of variances?
No.
Because that'd be an interesting number.
A lot.
It's a lot.
Like how many?
So some people requested like 3,000 HCF. Just stupid numbers. I mean, they're not stupid for them, but.
That doesn't surprise me a bit.
No.
You know, if I was using 700, I'd just do the variance for 700. I could get it.
Do you guys
Because there's no
ever
water.
look at any other variances on how that wording's put on for different districts? Because I looked them up and there's a bunch of different qualifications that you can
Well, yeah, and the issue with we can spend a lot of time hashing all that out, and then the simple calculus that keeps driving me crazy is, we don't have any money. I mean, any water.
Right.
Water.
So if you don't have any water, what's the point of how, the variance thing is, we put it in because we were optimistic that we weren't gonna use all the city of Reading water, and we used it all up. So, and the rates generally of water use didn't really decrease, so those two assumptions failed, and now I just wanted to raise it again because it's a hot topic, and just to get some clarity for folks, to get some discussion. I mean, we can't talk about it amongst ourselves, so we need you all in the conversation, right? So just stream of consciousness, it's a bad deal, but I've shared with you what I'm thinking about with respect to the variance. I think that, September 1, we take a look at how we're doing water consumption wise, what water we've secured in terms of surface water, and then absolutely look again at what we can do for variance or not.
I like that.
It just doesn't seem like there's enough data to be able to make a decision.
Right now.
Thank you. I know you weren't there last meeting, Murray, but a gentleman got up and said, if I underuse,
Excuse me.
can I not?
Hey,
Sandy,
Hey,
Sandy.
Sandy, can you hold it down for a little bit?
Thank you.
Okay. From the meeting again, a gentleman came to the last board meeting at the school and asked the question, if I underuse, and I'm very careful, can I donate some of my units to another neighbor, friend, relative, or whatever?
Yeah.
Are you gonna allow that? Because I can probably donate 40.
I don't know that that's legal. I don't know.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Can I donate it? They pay for the water, but they don't pay the penalty. The same amount of water is used, and it's shifted to a person who needs it.
It makes sense with what you're saying, that it'd be pretty tough to track it.
Not if there's only 20 or 30 people doing it.
So would you, maybe you come in and fill out a variance and you go, I, Scott McVeigh, will transfer in the month of August, September. I don't know how many months you want to commit to this, and because you don't know how much you're gonna use, you don't know if you're gonna have water leak or not. So you say that and you write which account numbers, and I don't know, if you're tracking a variance, no?
Because then someone has access to water that somebody else doesn't, and you're using the equitable thing.
They're paying for it.
But they're paying for it. And it's my water,
But you didn't
and
make
I'm
bills.
trying to help a
You
neighbor
didn't
who
make
has
a
a
bill for
higher
all
usage
customers.
than I do.
It's not available to everybody.
I don't think that's legal.
That's too bad.
I don't think that's legal.
Because you're trying to help neighbors and community.
Yeah, I
I think there would be a way
Trying
to
to
help
do
each
it.
other.
Just let them pull up their water
I
trucks.
just don't think that's legal.
In California, but,
Run a hose.
so 29 units per customer for roughly 7 months, right? August, September, October, November, December. January.
Nobody's gonna use 29 in November, December, January.
I know, I'm
No,
just saying.
of course not.
Yeah,
Seven
average
months.
4 or 5.
That's
max.
203 for the water heater, right? The rest of the water. If they use up a lot now and they get down and shouldn't there be some kind of like?
So how do we fill out the water schedule with your reclamation?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is Bill's
Yeah.
point, that's right.
No, this is talking about the penalties and fines. This is not
Oh.
the this is penalties and fines. So like, if they file a variance, right now we're saying we don't have any water, so that means it's a deferred thing until we get water. If someone has 203 HCF for the rest of the water year, they use 100, they go through 100 in the next month or so. That leaves them with 103 left for the rest of the year, and they're underneath that when they get to February. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, if everyone did, they'll overdraw.
I know, but
What you're
I'm
suggesting
talking
is
about penalties and fines. I'm not talking about capacity as well.
So you're like,
You're gonna allow for overdraft. The water we have.
Yeah, it's gonna happen anyway.
Scott, you don't use the 29 in a month, right?
I can, I actually get 58.
What did you want to accomplish?
2 holes, 1 meter, I get 58.
just because people are gonna be, the staff needs to hear what the board's
No,
thinking in
it's
terms of a reasonable,
I give 58.
is it a reasonable, approach?
I would like to see that some of the requests that are denied because we don't have water now, that at some point, if it becomes feasible in the future, that they're revisited. That's what I'd like to see.
They're not getting thrown away, they're still on the stack.
Like, there's some people that have daycares and.
Yeah, well, I know, but Ruby's got 8 or 9 people in her household, 29 doesn't
Run
mean
disabled
stay
Hold on,
care.
Scott.
Sorry.
There's people that run, disabled, care homes, and so they have to be constantly washing clothes and stuff, and bathing, and like daycare, there's 14 kids in that daycare. I mean, I know only have 2 kids, and I know how much water they blow through, so, I mean, there's.
The question is too, is what increments are you going to allow? 10%, 20%? I mean, where are you gonna start figuring out if somebody gets a variance, how much percent?
We need to see what happens in August, is what I think.
Sure.
So technically then, you're going to deny all of these for this month. You have to send them a letter.
The ones I have to respond to right this second, the ones that we're a little bit behind on, yeah, we have to deny them because there's no extra water.
Water, we don't have water.
So we don't have water.
And most is only a $50 fine for anybody overusing during this current billing
For their
cycle.
first violation, yes.
Plus the cost of water.
Well, yeah, you're gonna pay the water bill.
Yeah, hopefully, that's where that flyer, that extra,
Yeah.
you like that idea?
So that's kind of where we're at right now, I mean, that's what we have to do.
Yeah.
Right? How about the purchase of water from Knight's Landing, you wanna address that, Bill?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to that right away.
I kind of buried that, but, you saw the packet, it's online, the board packet. The draft agreement for Clear Creek to purchase water from Knight's Landing is at 700 feet. The attorney had a couple things to say, just real quick, but I can't get my email to pull up, I thought I was gonna be able to. The price does get up there to close to 400 an acre foot, plus some potential legal fees that I'm still trying to figure out.
So along that line, Bill, on this item, I've talked to Don Bader, the regional guy up here at Euro, about this transaction. They were the ones that found Knight's Landing for us, because they know we have a penchant for using surface water, and want to help us stay whole with respect to our relationship with surface water. And they have also been working on a kind of a three-way transaction where Knight's Landing, there's an issue with the permitting for the water from Knight's Landing to us. It's more complicated. The NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, clearances are more complicated if we find Knight's Landing water. It's going to require an EA. The EA is going to be done in Sacramento. The EA would be challengeable by an environmental group. And so his suggestion today was to let Bella Vista Water Company buy the Knight's Landing water. They were going to change the delivery schedule for the city of Reading. And that would allow them to draw more water from the river and rely on their groundwater pumping. And city of Reading would sell us the 720 acre feet. The NEPA clearance for that can be done locally. And Dawn gave me every assurance that those three things are in place and can be effectuated by the end of the week. And he encouraged us, because the certainty of water, receiving water at this time of year in this particular drought, he encouraged us strongly to go with a certain path with respect to the environmental clearances. Because there's getting to be a lot of tension around where water's getting shifted around. And, so, I wanted to share that with you all.
So the suggestion is not to, do a contract with, Knights Landing, but.
Do a contract with City of Reading.
Or indicate they'll do a contract with the city.
Yeah, and Bella Vista would not leave Knights Landing hanging.
Yeah.
Although they can sell the water in an instant. I mean, it's
Yeah.
ready to go, and it may not be at the price they suggested us. I mean, so,
Is there a delayed payment with that to the city of Reading too, like the other one? So we
it's
won't
a
hold that
big,
till
it'll
March?
be a big number like the last one. It'll be probably in the 460 range.
When's it due?
But it's due in March.
We don't have terms with the City of Reading. We'd still have to sign a different contract with them. We would hope that they would, yeah, I mean, our first payment for them, the water that we bought, that we've already used is due January 30th, 2022. This, can we ask for, of course, we want to put it off for as long as we can. What comes to my mind is, can we, it's not realistic, I know. It'd be nice to secure the 720. And if we only need 500, only buy 500, but I don't know.
Take it all.
You gotta buy it all and pay for it all.
Yep.
So, that's what I know with respect to that water transfer.
Okay, so how do we move forward? I'm all for doing that, but how do we do that in a motion that would, allow us to do that with the city of Reading?
Well, I think the motion would be something along the lines of,
Enabling action for management to engage with them on that and bring back a final contract, right?
Yeah, I'd have to follow the trail there.
Sorry.
Bella Vista and City of Reading and see how that's gonna pan out and see what that does to the price of water minutes.
yeah.
Well, can we just make a motion that we will buy an extra 700 feet of water from anyone any agency that has water available?
No,
I don't know.
because your Knights Landing contract right here, if you wanted to do that, says you have to pay the whole 100% due by October 31st.
Go through the city of Reading.
No, but Erwin just said if we found the water from anybody to go into contract, so we had to be exceptionally careful.
Yes.
Yeah, the extra time is worth something. The easier,
That's a good point, because we're out of order then, because it's not on the agenda.
Yes.
I have a question. Where does Knights Landing get their water, from the Sacramento River?
oh man, I don't know what deal they've got. They've got they're a consortium of.
With senior water.
Yeah, there's several different people
Don't you
involved.
think maybe we better find out before we get into the negotiations with them?
We're not going to.
We're not going to, city of Reading.
Well, remember, the longer we put this off, the less water we have.
They have their own contract with Bureau of Reclamation. As far as where they draft their water from or divert their water from, it's CVP water, so it's probably out of the river, if I guess.
Thank you.
My question would be, if you go forward with that, you do realize you're encumbering the district with an additional, at a minimum, $555,000 debt. When you add on the 231 that we've already purchased.
I got.
You're looking at $323,988 for that 700 acre feet.
330,000.
Yeah, just under. Added to the 231 that you've already encumbered. Now, is that gonna end up like the first purchase where we see nothing? Or is it gonna end up to where you change that 29 units per month and it goes up by 15 or more per customer?
Well, we have a good point there, I don't know that.
There's two important points to that, Scott.
Yeah.
One is, we don't know what our water use in August is. Okay, so that's, and the drag is on this too, is, I think the district it behooves the district to be able to sell, we're obviously gonna need to sell the water. It'd be better for the district to sell the water at this higher price in September than August.
Should, if
Right.
it's gonna be available, will it be available after the next billing cycle, which is only 2 weeks away? You would have a better picture then of what conservation efforts, and then you're talking about 2 more billing cycles that water would need to be used under, because everybody's gonna taper way down, and I hate to see you commit to buying 700 acre feet when you only use 300 or 400, and then encumber all that debt on the
That's right,
ratepayers.
yeah.
That's right.
We need
We've done that
5,
before.
Yeah, I know,
We've
and
done that
that's what I'm
before.
trying to say, is let's be smart about it.
Bella Vista sold the ag customers acre feet of water.
Yes, they have.
They have done that this last year.
Well, we got to contact,
So
they've got
Bella
to verify
Vista,
that.
if someone came to me and said, do you want to reserve 2 acre feet
As an ag customer.
as an egg customer,
At
we
what
would
rate?
do it.
At what rate?
Whatever they were.
Whatever the rate you have to buy it at,
461?
that's
No.
what they
Yeah,
do.
it's actually, it's on their website.
Yeah, the problem is we can't charge the price that we're buying the water from.
Well, I understand that, but they sold it for, how much was it? 400?
We've got a screwed up rate system that doesn't allow that.
It's from the wells, wasn't it? Wasn't that from their wells?
This is an additional.
Do you remember what it was?
Well, how much time,
Or they're on
how
wells.
much more time do we have left on the 500 acre feet that we got from the city of Reading? When will we run out of that?
5 days.
Oh, 6 days, probably.
6 days? 6 days.
So you got 8 more days.
So in 6 days, we need more water.
So
6 days, we need more water.
did the Bureau ever tell you what they're gonna charge you for using their water additionally? Because there was some conversation about that if we kept using their water, did we ever find out what that rate would be?
There is no penalty. You're just playing with the contract. You're breaching the contract and they could terminate our contract. There was no discussion about fees.
So the end game is we never want to mess with the Bureau's contract, we just wanna do something outside.
Yeah, our fees is the 461. That's what it costs in fees, if you can find the water. And they have done us a solid in terms of, they have found water where we haven't been able to. They found the city of Reading water, they found the Nice Landing water, they've rejiggered this proposal to do the 3-way to allow for more certainty with respect to getting more city of Reading water, so it's expensive, so the fees are 461 an acre foot.
So, Senator, can you please explain why we need to purchase this water? Just the whole process the Bureau explained to you.
We need to purchase this water because we anticipate surface water demand in excess of what we can pump out of the wells. We are not certain that the drought penalty ordinance is going to provide us certainty that we will keep usage under 180 acre feet. We don't know that the wells will, while they are humming along now for 3 or 4 days at a good capacity, what if they break down?
So why did the Bureau say 720 acre feet?
I think that was a budget that
Why did they-
Bill threw out there, didn't you throw out?
Are
a
they
number
like saying
that?
that's what we need for the rest of the water year, they think, or what, why is that?
I thought that was the amount that we were able to get.
That was a budget, that was, no,
We're talking about the contract, the 700 acre feet?
Yeah.
That's what's available. Because
That
didn't we suggest that 700 was about the right number? For
700 is what we need.
Without the wells.
It's workable.
No, we need the wells, even
We need the
700.
wells.
Oh, yeah. But 700 acre feet, as I understand it, would be workable.
Right. Yeah,
But then that
And it just so happens that there's 700 acre feet
No extra water
available
for each
through the city of Reading.
just the overusers, and then we pay for it.
I don't think we have any other choice.
It's hard to say where our conservation is gonna be at, because we've only realized it for a few days. And for some reason, flows like to go up on Thursdays, I don't know what it is about Thursdays.
14 days away from knowing.
We gotta do something now, folks.
So you're getting.
We gotta do something now.
Make the motion, make the
Not 2 weeks
motion,
from now.
make the motion.
The sake of-
I started to, I said. I move that we purchase 700 acre feet of water from whoever we get it from, whether it's Knight's Landing or whether it's from the city of Reading through Bella Vista.
Hope to hell we can come up with $330,000.
We're gonna come up with $330,000, one way or another, because we're gonna get this done. This district is not gonna go downhill. We're gonna keep this district afloat because we have to. Get it in your heads, folks, we've gotta keep this district afloat.
All right, Bill, what's your thoughts?
We have no choice.
My thought is we should find out what exactly is gonna happen if we pass on this, let Bella Vista buy it, and then see what happens, how the city of Reading, maybe that delays payment, maybe we can have better terms if we do that, that would be my only suggestion.
Yeah.
We need water.
Yeah.
We need water, we gotta go for it.
So, if you pass a motion that says we're gonna enter into this agreement.
Not this one, because this is
Okay.
Knight's Landing. Not this one. We're gonna purchase 700 acre feet of water from whoever has it available.
Except Knight's Landing.
I think the motion would be for you, staff
It's
manager.
enabling action,
Yeah,
What?
to confirm the three-way water transaction between those three.
Okay.
Don Bader said he wouldn't have approached us about this changing the ground if he wasn't certain about it being a pretty done deal, but yeah, we don't have a contract sitting in front of us from the city of Reading either.
Yeah.
And, we do have a contract from those guys with an uncertain NEPA pathway and an uncertain lawsuit pathway if someone gets pissy about fish and such, so.
And they will.
I'm thinking there's some risk there, yeah.
Big risks.
For the sake of $50 an acre foot, I think we should just take that uncertainty off the table.
So how would you word that motion? You word that motion in 3 seconds.
I'd like to move for an enabling action for
Bill to confirm with the Bureau.
Please.
An enabling action for Bill as acting supervisor supervising staff to confirm the three-way water transfer agreement between Knight's Landing, Bella Vista Water, and City of Reading to us.
For 700?
I guess it's a lot. It's a lot for 700.
Yeah.
700 acre feet of water.
I'll second that.
That's a lot of water.
So what's the advantage of doing this three-way, which sounds so complicated?
It sounds.
You take the
It
NEPA.
is complicated, but it's the only way we're gonna get water.
So the Wayne Act got slowed down in court because of some of these
Right.
EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, legal challenges, or NEPA as well. So that might occur with Knight's Landing, because the NEPA would occur down in Sacramento versus up here, and that's why the Bureau was suggesting doing it up here through this acrobatic way and three-way, instead of.
The pathway is much clearer in terms of their ability to control the transfer and the environmental documentation to support it.
Yeah, trust me.
He thinks he can get the EA done by Friday and signed if we agree to go that direction. And he encouraged me not to try to nickel and dime the deal by worrying about the 50 acre feet, because I did push him on the price and the fact that, Bella Vista, it appears, will be receiving water at a lower rate than they would get from the city of Reading. So, could we contact Bella Vista and say, hey, split the $50 with us where we buy the water and split that savings back to us? The fact that they're not, Bella Vista Water stepping away from water that they could get from the city of Reading to go get this water from Nice Landing, because they have a better, because where they take the water out of the river, it works better from an environmental clearance perspective. Whereas at Home Tide, I don't know the details, but there's a difference between those two in terms of transferring the water. So it makes the Bureau's job a lot easier to make that happen if we go with City of Reading Water and allow Belvis to take the Nice Landing water.
So we have to have another contract then with the city of Reading, and it has to go to their council to approve.
Yep, yep.
And when do they meet?
Every other Tuesday.
They
I don't know the date, I'm not sure when they're having the sign.
Well,
and the city of Reading
it would
is
seem to
trying
be
see
a,
about anything needed to happen.
a contract could be drawn up by the staff of the city of Reading, and, then give it to us, we could approve it. It would have to go then to the city council of Reading at one of their meetings. They meet every 2 weeks.
Isn't this action an enabling action, which basically is approving Bill to get that contract and move forward with that contract? Is that what you guys are doing?
That's what I'm suggesting.
You don't wanna bring it back like next?
That's what I second.
All right.
We need water.
Just clarify.
We need water.
Can I suggest
You okay
somebody
with that?
go to that meeting at the city of Reading and represent us if they do have questions or suggest, maybe.
I didn't catch that.
Sorry.
One of the board be there to answer.
We could plead with the city council for better terms.
Well, at least have
Put it off till-
representation there.
Put it off till Easter.
It was just a poor showing that nobody from the district showed
Showed
up
up.
at the city council meeting to represent Clear Creek.
It was on the consent I found.
Well, but Bella Vista and the other water company, whichever one it was, had representatives there, so it just looked bad.
To make a showing that,
They also had a comment for us.
real quick.
I'll go, but I'm not gonna beg him to approve it.
No.
No, it was just to be a representative there.
It really depends on the nights, I work in the evenings.
It's 17th, it's the first and third Tuesday.
Real quick comment, if I could, having done the math, you're talking about burdening each of the ratepayers in the district at, $2,710 for an additional $205 to $210 each. Okay, just so you know the math. That's what it would
Right now,
cost.
they're not gonna pay that though.
Someone's gonna pay it, because that's what it's gonna cost.
It's gonna be, to be honest with you, the last purchase and this purchase is gonna be carryover debt for future years that we're gonna have to pay down.
Okay, so but you're gonna have to borrow the money to pay it, because you owe it by.
You're right.
Okay, so.
Well, if the base rate passes, we can cover part.
So you're thinking 500 acre feet?
No, I figured out the full 700.
Yeah, I know, but what's your point? Do you think we should buy less?
No, I just want you to understand what you're getting yourselves into. I'm not
I
saying
sure
do
do
it or not.
understand it.
I'm trying to, make sure you understand
Yeah.
all the
What was
aspects.
the amount again? The total?
I certainly understand.
1,200 acre feet, when you multiply that out by the cost, and I used approximately $560,000 for the two purchases, and then divided that by the 2,710, comes out to $205 and change, but I rounded it up to between 205 and 210 because filtration plant costs, other little things here and there, but that's realistically what you're talking about.
You're right, I mean, like, if we take the 112,000 divided by our customers and all that, we end up having to raise the base rate by $41 a month between now and February.
Yeah.
But we're only raising it by $35, so yeah, we're gonna run a deficit of
Yeah.
$6 a month, which we may make up the rest of the year. We may be able to do it the rest of the year.
This, yeah, believe me.
I want you to fully understand.
Are you suggesting we don't buy water?
No,
Good.
no.
Because we have to.
My concern though is people are gonna be paying this extra money, either in a long-term loan with interest, or, and what are they getting out of
We
it?
already explored the other alternative, Scott.
It is what it is.
Penalties, 29 acre feet, that's all you get. HCF, that's all you get. That's the alternative.
So the base rate, if we continue that for months beyond the February date, the rest of the year.
We need
summer,
water.
We should be able to come out by next summer, fall. I mean, we
As
will
long
be.
as the reclamation doesn't extend the drought.
We can, we'll
That'll
have to
still be
spread
all
this
right.
out as much
We just
as
gotta
we
get to the
can.
new rates.
I understand.
The new rates would probably cover it long term, if we could get through
Okay.
February and then go a few more months, we can probably get it. But that means all of your basically fixed cost that's coming from the extra base rate amount is gonna be going towards a lot of
You
this.
do realize that 700 acre feet needs to be used by probably the billing cycle, the event cycle in the middle of October. Because after that, we're not gonna use it.
That's right.
Okay.
When you pay for it,
Some of that water there is an insurance rate, it's a little bit of an insurance thing, because you could, if you say we go, say we get.
I understand where you're coming from,
Yes.
sir, and I'm trying to make sure that you fully understand the debt you're placing on everybody, is all.
absolutely.
On top of your rate increases, you're.
You wanna say it again?
He'd do the same thing if he was up there with you guys, so he would be approving it.
Oh, I would, yeah, I understand the need. I just wanna make sure you're
So
fully.
let's just
aware.
move on with things.
I'm terrified by it.
Yeah,
More the short term than the long term.
We're running the membership.
yeah.
I have a
We
question.
need to
Well,
approve
we
this.
need to vote on
We need
this
to vote on this.
But Sandy had something to say.
Is there an expiration date on this 700 acre feet of water?
Water here.
So that's in February, we gotta use it all up, right?
Right.
We can't carry it over for next year's
So if
drought.
we don't, we can reduce pumping.
We'll be using it before that.
Yeah. Let's be hopeful.
Yeah, that's smart, yeah, that would be a smart thing to do, use it up.
So we have, so we have an enabling act, can we have the motion read so we know what we're voting on?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's September.
She's gonna read the motion back.
To enable its action for Bill as supervising staff to confirm the freeway transfer between Knights Landing, Bella Vista, and the city for 700 acres of water.
Yeah, the city and us. We must have.
And to commit the contract, right?
Yeah, it's the contract.
So you get
Okay,
it.
I mean, that was it. You made the motion, I seconded it. Aye. Okay, motion carries, there we are.
Who drives the, I know
Okay.
they spend money.
Appointed interim district manager, administrator.
Why don't you just go to closed session and do it?
I think,
Isn't that what you're gonna do in closed session?
No.
no. I'm not sure what we're doing in closed session.
Those are regarding two other items.
You know, as far as, it says appointed interim district manager administrator discussion action. I guess my discussion, and my question would be, would Bill be interested in taking on the extra duties? Not the complete extra duties of the general manager, because you got your own job to do. But would you, are you interested in taking on the extra duties to keep this thing afloat for a while, so to speak, until we can get a general manager in here?
Yes, I just don't want it to be permanent, and I understand that, you know, without a general manager, there it'd be a little bit of savings to the district, but we need to have the personnel committee meet and keep the ball rolling to find the permanent manager.
That's exactly right, yeah, we do that.
Will he be compensated for his extra?
I would think so, you know, he's a salary, but not a salary, but he's
An hourly, I'm on call still.
Yeah, I understand.
so he gets paid overtime, yeah, he's that.
I'm taking my board meetings as comp time, just trying to.
You don't have to.
I'm gonna take some time off coming up.
How does this work though with the union, though?
So the union.
You work, you get paid for it.
I'm not taking, it's just a job title change, I've already been doing it, I'm not gonna do it permanently, more than likely. If I applied for the job and then was successful, then I couldn't be in the bargaining agreement.
Correct.
But I can be temporary. So I can be the person in charge.
Interim.
Okay.
Interim.
If that's okay with.
The union's not gonna have any problem with you doing basically two hats.
Well, so they do management negotiations.
I know, but he's got another position that's under you.
Right.
So.
The union had some questions and I got them answered.
You got them answered.
I guess we all have to understand that we're missing some people in the district now, and we're not gonna be able to get answers sometimes. Sometimes when you call the district, you may get a voicemail. And you may not get an immediate answer on something, but that's just the way it is for a while.
I
Until
suggest
we get back up to speed.
I suggest we as board members put our email and phone number on the website.
Yes, please, thank you.
That's what I suggest.
Well, I think mine's already out there.
No, just list our names, doesn't list anything to contact us.
Right.
We should be the first wave so that we follow staff. I'm not saying we have all the answers, but at least general questions.
Can you put together some committee members for the variance of that to take the load off the bill?
Yeah.
If we have a good email exchange, we can talk.
Put mine,
At least our emails
put
or
my
something.
name and number down there too.
So when is the personnel committee going to meet, so discuss the job description?
Yeah, that was my question, because, I think, the personnel committee has to meet, isn't that how it works?
You know,
Coming up with
we
the,
suggested that was the case, yeah, and I have not gotten to drafting any alternatives, language.
Well, I sent you some language.
Have you drafted any alternative language? Did you get you have a word processor?
No, she doesn't.
Didn't have any.
Just print off and bring it out.
So
I sent you some language.
Yeah.
That, and the language that I developed was based upon what I heard from these people out here.
Yeah.
And also from first person.
Yeah, I have that, I just have
Yeah.
to.
All right, Bill's back on.
Do we have to vote on the
Intro manager.
interim manager?
Oh, yeah, right, we do
I
that.
make a
Well, I
motion.
That we, appoint, Bill Mesa as a, interim manager administrator.
It could be interim general manager, or interim manager.
Manager, okay.
Interim
Manager.
Okay. Is the title okay?
The title's fine.
Okay.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay.
Interim manager, interim general manager. Manager.
I can be chief plan operator, interim general manager, that's what I can say on my cards.
All right. All right, thank you.
Okay, we had a motion.
Yep.
Vote
I made
on
a
it.
second.
Aye.
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 Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
So when is the personnel committee meeting?
It's a TBD.
To be-
I can't tell you, honestly, I can't give you a
It's
date.
72 hours on the website.
Yeah, it's gotta be, and we wanna have that public, what I'd like to do is, when I get a draft, send it out, maybe I can send it to you, Beverly, and you can.
Sure, I can send it on to the gal that did the review.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. More horse and water, certainly. God, I mean,
Bill, as far as the manager stuff.
We need a general manager as soon as possible, so.
yeah.
If you need volunteers for manager stuff, I know it's salary and all that, I mean, can we step in and help you at certain points?
I don't see why not.
Just let us know.
What about community members?
I mean, you guys
You
help
have
a
to
lot.
pass a background test.
You guys help a lot, and just, approving documents, sending stuff back.
Just let us know we can help.
Yeah.
As a volunteer.
Okay, so.
Okay, is that the end of the meeting? Not quite. Well,
Public
second question,
portion.
but I need to know, what are we?
We're gonna tell you when we close session.
Oh, no, you won't, you'll tell us now.
Well, after we report back to the public.
The board must disclose in open session the items to be discussed in closed session.
Yeah,
You don't have to tell us the specifics, but you do have to tell us the items to be discussed.
So we're discussing the general manager and office manager positions, the long-term replacement.
Well,
thing.
that's my
Yeah,
question.
it's on the agenda, public
Why
employment,
are we
general
doing that
manager.
in closed session?
Exactly.
That seems like something that should be just,
Because,
I mean, what can we decide in closed session that we can't decide out in the general public?
If it's just a general job posting, it's not involving individual names, we can do it open camera.
well, I thought it was more the way that, I personally I had some issues with how the notice for the office manager was shared or not shared with the rest of the board.
So that's personal.
You know, Notice of the
I think there's some general
And isn't that
processes we
public?
need to discuss and
If
get
you
ironed out.
put that out there for 30 days.
Can I ask you a question then? Considering how small the staff is and that you're gonna be hiring a general manager or whatever, is there really a need for an office manager or a clerk?
That's a personnel committee discussion.
Right.
We
Okay,
had
I
some
understand
other
that.
day.
But it should be something that's looked at.
You bet.
It's a designation that gives more pay, that's what it is.
Okay. Is the board willing to meet in closed session with me to discuss alone?
I've got a,
Not tonight, because it's not.
I've got trouble with this. I don't wanna meet in closed session and find out that this is not a closed session either.
What if it's,
You know,
has to do with me?
for closed session, you can discuss, employee discipline, you can discuss real estate transactions. What's the other thing? I can't remember now. Yeah.
You're awesome, thanks.
But,
Evaluation, performance, discipline, and just, yeah,
Yeah, you can
my
just-
issues
you
with
can
the
discuss
evaluation of
performance.
performance.
Those are the things, but to develop a,
No, this is not about, this is about something that, right, you wanna bring up regarding this.
yeah. Oh, okay, about a person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And can I make a motion before we go into closed session, a motion of privilege, that we take about a 3-minute break?
Oh, yeah.
For a drink or
Rest of the
something, it's your discretion, but.
Okay. All right.
Well, it'll take a few minutes to.
So we're not you're not discussing general manager.
So, are we all then exiting the building while you do that?
Yeah.
And then you'll call us back in?
Yeah, unless we can leave someplace else.
That's fine, it's.
We can turn the lights on out there for you.
Back
If you're gonna hang out.
I'm taking the rest of your time.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,